Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
Remember, we want you to be an activist. And don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley.
Looks like we got us another hit.
EUX. I'm dyslexic. The King Chuck ENTDEUX. That's the backup page. Please check us out there. Help us out a lot. You know, like, share, and subscribe. And hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now.
This is copyright.gov, U.S. Copyright Office. More information on fair use. Fair use is a legal doctrine that promotes freedom of expression by permitting the unlicensed use of copyright-protected works in certain circumstances. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research as examples of activities that may qualify as fair use. Section 107 calls for consideration of the following 4 factors in evaluating a question of fair use: purpose and character of the use, including whether the use of the commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes, nature of the copyrighted work, amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. Okay, so anything I use for you guys, hit me up if you want me to remove it, edit it, or whatever. Nothing is used to infringe on anybody's intellectual property. I don't intend on doing that, and I don't intend on profiting from anyone's intellectual property. So I'm glad to edit or delete anything that's any of my videos that I've used of anybody. So that's it.
I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
Bouncing back and forth, and you know I'm swinging bows. I'm about to change course, go home and changing clothes. I'm looking at this bitch, it seems like she's saying no. I'ma hit the streets, though I'm supposed to be laying low. I'm following the buzz, never know which way it go. Keep on bringing heat, cause the G.O.D. say it so. Sailing on the beat, so you can't chop and play it so. She got me for a piece, now I'm about to pay the hoe. Stop smoking, switching sweets, why I gotta take a toke. Now I got a little guac, now I gotta make it grow. Keep on thinking we some hee-haw, mom, pop folks. We gon' hit you in your teeth, we keep a buzz all closed. I've been on it 5 days, so I'm sitting sideways. Now get out of my way, or I'ma hit your day. Take a lick on my dick if you don't like what I say. I'm the shit with the shit, so we gon' do this my way. Yo, we just getting started, so go on, say your grace. I'ma eat you rappers, though I won't enjoy the taste. I'm closing your estates while you falling on the stakes. I'm rolling on the base while you rolling on the face. Sitting on the place, not knowing I'ma take your fast, slowing and it's fake. So I'm gonna wait, time will come, down will be done. I saw it and I said that it was great.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. And don't take my word for it. Look that shit up, please. I'm gonna get like some pens or something to hold this screen. I don't know. The camera is so much better that it's fucking really revealing my inefficiencies related to the green screen, but whatever. I know what we can do about that right now without actually doing anything about it. Boom, boom. Oh, that looks better. You can barely see me, so yeah. Anyways, like I said, peace and love, y'all. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. We they're trying to delete me, y'all. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
What's going on? What you mean they trying to delete you?
They're threatening to delete my freaking page. I thought did I put this picture up? Oh, I did. Let me see if I can pull this. Let me see. I be trying to be prepared. I get the whole week show ready on like Monday and Tuesday. I don't know if y'all can see this, but it says 2 of 3 community guideline strikes. Your content will be removed due to violation of our community guidelines. You won't be able to do it in things like upload, post, or live stream for 2 weeks. That was after the second strike. There's a couple days left on this one. That's the reason why I haven't posted on that page yet. I still can't for another couple of days. And then it says, if this happens again, just one more strike will result in the permanently removal of your channel.
What did you do?
Well, the stuff we be talking about sometimes. I mean, it's just mainly it's that. The stuff we be talking about. I'm not the only channel that's been getting censored like this. Every channel that it shows the media. Excuse me. It shows how there's a reason why the news only share you certain news. And there's a reason why certain news broadcasters have to they don't have to, but they choose to take on certain points of view. It's because even though there's like unwritten rules all over the place related to journalism. Certain things you're just not supposed to talk about,
Right.
no matter how truth and factual it is.
It's censorship.
Well, on this channel, my whole purpose is to talk about the stuff that you're not supposed to talk about. So I'm just gonna have to, and I want to Pat. What's up, Pat? You there?
I'm in the house.
Man, they gave me another strike. I mean, another random ad. They deleted another video randomly. It was the 370, the one we was talking about the Bible and stuff. It said COVID medical misinformation or some shit. So we have to be careful about the language that we use whenever we're talking about like fewer people or the virus and shit like that. Because those cold words is what kicked them into scrolling through the shit and looking for shit. And I really don't want them to take the page away. I've done so much work, y'all. I'm at 250 subscribers. It's only been like 8 months. I'm over 50K views on that channel. It's fucking blowing up. It's painful because they're going to take all the content. If they delete the channel, all the content goes along with it. All the views, all the clout, all the subscribers. Because the people will have to find me again. Yeah, so they're watching us, bro. And it's not just our page, though. I don't know how much you saw. What videos did you see that I sent you this week? Because some of them videos I sent you was for that purpose, related to, how they're censoring everybody. Like, they're on everybody's ass right now. Especially, don't talk good about Russia right now.
Yeah, because there's a psyop going on right now. And that's the main reason why they're doing all of the policing on people's words. It's because, like, what? People thinking for themselves? No,
Like
they
what?
supposed to just listen to what. Yeah, like we tell them what to fucking think.
Right. They got an opinion that's different than the narrative.
Chaka.
Yeah.
Something came up. I gotta check out.
All right, that's cool. Just
okay.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Excuse me.
All right.
All right.
I don't want to hear that shit.
What was I talking about? I done fucking forgot what I was talking about.
Well, was talking about how
the Russia narrative. Yeah, the narrative. So, like, if you have a point of view that's different than the dominant narrative, yeah, it's a problem. It's a real problem, and that's crazy because how could my little old channel, cause problems for this major freaking, imperialist ass, country? You know what I'm saying? Look how powerful they are. They're so powerful. The West, so powerful, right? But they're worried about little old journalists on YouTube. You there, Pat?
Yeah, I'm here. Well, but I mean, there's might be 250 subscribers, but 50,000 views. That ain't just 250 people looking at that one time. Like however many thousands of times that would be or whatever. Like it's a bunch of people that's watching and not subscribing, so it's reaching people. You know what I'm saying? So I can see where they might be worried to an extent. But I mean, the whole thing is, if we in a free country, we supposed to be able to have our own thoughts, our own views, or, at least be able to, think of things for ourselves. But
it's so frustrating. And the left are the ones that's the most hardcore on that shit. Like, if you don't think like us, then you're wrong.
yeah. Well, and I do want to apologize for my language. I didn't realize.
That was my mom. I don't know why she left it. It's all good. I appreciate anybody coming and any amount of time they give me. Same thing with the listening or watching. So I appreciate every 30 seconds or 2 seconds of it.
Yeah. But
Yeah, so this
man.
picture I have on the screen, it says one more strike and you will be permanently removed from YouTube. So I'm not gonna live stream on that channel. It's too much of a risk. And like I say, they gave me another random strike. I'm surprised that didn't delete me because they said one more strike, delete me. They went back and found an old video and gave me a strike for that. They just did it the other day. So I don't know, bro. Like, they're so opaque. You know what I mean?
Man. Yeah, I don't know how to call that, man, because like
They got me walking on eggshells. I ain't gonna lie. Because YouTube has a big. The thing is, what other platform like this can you play on your TV? What other social network? Name one
that can what?
that you can play on your television. To my knowledge, there is none. YouTube is the only app, like social media app, that you can play on your television.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know. That's the only one I've had on my TV.
I think it's the
But
only one.
But that's mostly what I watch or listen to,
Me too. That's all I watch, and that's all I watch or listen to. So, and I think, and then because you can play it on TV, that's a bit of an advantage. It's like, it's like another TV show,
Yeah.
And so the thing is, there's with nobody else being able to do that, or however, I don't know how they got it. And with YouTube having such a huge monopoly, they really just got a lot of power, bro. Like, they get to decide on, they get to decide the narrative, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they got a way of trying to control us to some extent.
It's crazy, bro. Like, and then what crazy? YouTube don't produce no content. They're like, they don't produce anything. It's like I was saying about the companies race to the bottom.
They never have. But I mean, because it's Google, so I mean they have access to information, but they don't create any.
Yeah, same thing. Google, they don't really produce a damn thing. So it's like I say, these damn companies race to the bottom. How the hell can I create a company that don't produce a damn thing and makes me a whole bunch of fucking money?
That's the same. That's what they used to say about the Kardashians. Like, they're stars, they're famous, but they don't do any entertainment. But
They don't really do anything. Like, they're famous just for being famous. Like, famous for famous sake. Like, that's it. That's it. Famous off of being famous.
yeah.
They sell clothing. They have their different businesses and stuff. But all of those spawned off of already having that Kardashian name.
They used to hang out with famous people, and they got them more famous because
that's how it goes.
The Hiltons. Oh, was it Paris and?
Yeah, Paris Hilton and no, you're talking about that was what's her name, the daughter. I used to watch that show. I'm embarrassed, but I'll say it out loud. It was Paris and Christina Ricci.
Well, no, but it was two Hilton girls. So that's like those were her friends.
Okay, yeah, the younger Hilton one too. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's how you do it. Well, her mom was fucking famous, dude. So that I think that was her thing. That's what she did, right?
Well, they were known about. Well, yeah, I guess.
The guy who, and what's his name?
Rob. The lawyer.
Dad.
The
lawyer of the case. Yeah. And also the dad of the second half of kids. Nigga was like, I mean, they're turned into a woman now, but in his day, this guy was really, really super famous. Like, he was a big, huge name, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, he was after he was the
Yeah,
what kind of
I think run. He was
I
a
know he was
what the
running.
fuck did he
You know, he
do?
was track and field, but
Olympics. I don't fucking
yeah,
know. But I know that nigga was on the Wheaties box.
yeah. Watch how you say that. That might get you a strike. It's a he or a they or shit. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, whatever he identifies himself as.
I don't know.
Hey, so what do you think about the Kanye West stuff? So Kanye West, it's look, this one says Kanye West Instagram account suspended for 24 hours after violating platform's policies. So there goes another more censorship. But Kanye is kind of going through it, and then I hate how the public always like, and like sometimes he be wrong. I'm not saying this dude be right all the time, but it's
He's
like
not.
But it seems like no matter what he does, though, he's the damn devil. That's what fucking bothers me. Like, or he's crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, I just think he's a crybaby.
I mean, a bit sometimes, but I think he's giving a voice to black men across the country who are going through this kind of like baby mama drama bullshit, like the culture of the baby mama drama, bro.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna tell you, bro. I mean, because it's a couple sides to this story. Because I mean, he actually like, because I don't know if you heard about the recent stuff between him and what's
The
Kim's
comedian?
new boyfriend? No,
Oh,
Kim's
you
new
talking about?
boyfriend.
Yeah. I mean, well, there's been stuff on that for a little while, but J.L. Hughley, did you hear about that?
Oh, I heard about that as well. Yeah, that
D.L. Hughley. I said his name wrong. D.L. Hughley.
D.L. Hughley.
Yeah. He went on Vlad talking shit about Kanye West. And I mean, I think D.L. Hughley had some good points, but at the same time, it's kind of at Kanye West's expense. Like it's just kind of like, fun at Kanye West's expense, the way I see it.
Well, they like to take shots, and then that's the whole thing. Is the to a great extent, a lot of actors, actresses, comedians, like a lot of people try to hold up that Democratic side of government for whatever. I guess that's what whose pockets they're in, but because Kanye does have a big voice, they take strikes. They take jabs at him when they can because I mean, he pretty much the same thing that they they all doing kind of the same thing because Kanye was running with Trump and everybody hates Trump, so but at the same time they both have a big voice and people willing to kind of get on board or at least try to hear what they're saying. But I mean, both DL and I look at it like this. DL, he's doing his job to try to take down or make shots or get people to, ride with what he's saying versus whatever Kanye might say. I mean,
yeah, well, on DL's side, he makes money off of clicks, so that's his deal, what does he do? He has like a podcast show or something that he does now.
Well,
And,
I mean, he's on you got to think about
the radio show. Yeah,
he has a radio show, and I mean, who pays for it? I mean, we looked at like a week or so, 2 weeks back, who runs and owns all of these things. So I mean, you got to think. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Whose pockets he's in. So he's got to speak up or lose his money.
And that's my point right there. I think that sometimes because DL back in the day, and I mean, he always would speak his mind, and but I think like a lot of these people, once their checks get big, man, they change, like what they say changes basically. And they know that they thinking about that check, bro. Like, cause look, we started this off about the Russia hysteria, basically. We was coming out of
most of these
ahead.
people don't want to. Most of these people don't want to lose their $5 million, $10 million homes.
Exactly.
So that's where they get, their, they
Exactly.
they they get grabbed
Their philosophy,
by the yeah, everything. I
everything.
mean, a lot of stuff that they didn't believe in or that they would have been against 10 years ago, 50, like in the beginning of their career, they would have talked down about. But now it's like uplifting it because it's like, well, it might not be so bad. What day am I getting my check? You know what I'm saying? Like it's
How much is that check again?
yeah. Let me
Yeah,
see.
y'all go ahead and do whatever them folks is telling y'all to do. Yeah, y'all going on do that. Because look, you made a good connection because of the Russia thing. So, we've been talking about we've been having this Cold War with Russia forever, and then it's like it's
Hmm.
getting hot. So, but then it's like the thing. What was happening though during as this because before the Ukraine thing, Russia was becoming more and more European, and they were like, more and more acceptable or tasteable to the Western palate, if you will. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So that's the thing. So, but then they have to stick to this narrative. So it's like the thing about Trump. Trump is all cool with the Kremlin, and then there goes Kanye West. Kanye West is all cool with Trump. Therefore, he's cool with the Kremlin. So they're all. It's like pick a side. You know what I'm saying? You either with the Western nations or not. The Western
Well,
narrative or not.
see, what that's where the biggest problem is because you know Russia has so much get like it's I mean this is another scenario of trying to get the bag and what's the yeah I mean Europe depends a lot on Russia for their energy, so when they when that's a problem for the US because the US don't want Europe to depend on Russia so much because their relationships will get better and they'll like they already
And
right next
and that's what
door.
was happening. And that's exactly what was happening. The Russian people would send their kids to European schools and
Hmm.
stuff like that. That's exactly what was happening.
Yeah,
But with
so I
this
mean
thing,
from
this this
go ahead.
this but this Ukraine thing has pretty much put an end to that with the sanctions and all of that shit and the border and all of that shit. Now it's like you're a Russian, so then you got to suffer along with as a Russian citizen, they put you in the same boat with the government, if that makes any sense.
It kind of blanked out for a minute. I missed a couple of your words.
I said
Well,
as just being a Russian citizen, they put you in the same boat with the government. Like just because your government, just because Putin is doing this thing, that doesn't mean that his citizens all agree with them.
no, I mean that would be just like us agreeing with everything the U.S. says or does.
But
You
that's
know what
how
I'm
they
saying? I
see
mean,
us. That's how they see us,
yeah, I don't.
and
I
that's
mean,
how we and that's how
I
we
don't
see
know.
them.
I don't think people actually think that deep. To really, really make that
That's
determination.
that's the
But
problem. That's the
well,
problem. So they just be like Russian or they just be like American. You see how everybody is acting, and they're acting different towards regular ass Russian. We got a lot of Russian American citizens here in the States. So,
no, I realize. I mean, it's a bunch of them in trucking.
so, but now you got this anti Russian hate thing happening. You know what I'm saying? As a result of the war in Ukraine.
But you see, that's the thing. That's how well propaganda has been working is because most of us don't think for ourselves and realize like, wait a minute, hold on. It's let's just look at these. The leaders are making these decisions based on, like we're just going getting thrown into the pile. We don't necessarily think and believe the same way that our government does, but at the same time, oh well, I guess we're just getting thrown in just because we're not fighting against it, I guess you could say. Because I mean, being silent is the same as acknowledging, or it's just you going along with it. So, but either way,
let me play this little clip. They're talking about what we was just talking about.
Something physical more so.
Sellout. Kanye West situation. D.L. Hughley.
Hey, what you think about D.L. Hughley? You know, I had to address that shit.
He is stalking her. You could think it's cute. If it was my daughter, I'd do something about it.
I saw that, yeah. I don't understand what you're so mad about.
What do you mean, bro? He's saying Kanye stalking his fucking wife.
Stalking
bro.
might be a little extreme, but he's definitely harassing and really just acting crazy with her.
Hold on, harassing.
How is that harassment, though?
He been saying something about Skeet. That's not saying nothing about her.
But he's involving her in it.
I really believe that family, if Kanye was stalking, they would have filed a fucking restraining order and all kind of shit would have been talked about.
Stalking implies that it would be, doing something physical more so.
Sellout. Cool. I think he's Illuminati.
Oh, he's definitely Illuminati.
But like, do you think he goes to meetings?
Yeah, I think he's a whole.
Damn, I wouldn't go that far.
They gonna use our people to attack us, and he want them.
Did you already feel this way about DL, or is this just brand new?
Kanye is for the people. He's for black empowerment.
I agree.
This dude, no, he not. It's bullshit. He do too much for our people to be talking about he for himself. I see it. Hey, what you think about D.L. Hughley? You know, I had to address that shit.
He is stalking her. You could.
And DL said something else. He said that bothered me. Damn it, I lost it now because he started talking about Illuminati and shit. It's a little bit too far, but he kind of said the same thing we said about DL just now. But it was something else DL said in the interview. I don't want to play it because I'll get in trouble. But what did he say? He said something that fucking bothered me, man. It bothered me. Damn it, I can't even think of it now. Let me play this clip one more time just because it might fucking come back to me.
Cool. Oof. I think Illuminati.
Because fucking DL.
Hey, what you think about D.L. Hughley? You know, I had to address that shit.
He is stalking her. You could think it's cute. If it was my daughter, I'd do something about it.
I saw that, yeah. I don't know.
Damn it, I can't think of it now. Well, DL, like I say, man, he's not. I can't remember my fucking point.
Say, bro, look, he's an operative. I'm just here to tell you, he's an operative. He's being used to say certain things and make it more, bigger than what it is. Because like, whatchamacallit shows up at his shows. Kim shows up at his shows, and all this is all while they're separated or, going through this issue. So like they still, have, I guess when it comes in with this dude that's in her life, that bothers him because he still wants his marriage. You know what I'm saying? Okay, is it all over and said and done? Maybe, but at the same time, there's shit. He's in an emotional state, but I wouldn't go as far as stalking, because I mean, those are strong words, and then that signify like that. That's almost like a dog whistle for certain people to get upset. He knows that you start saying stalker stuff, that gets women upset.
Right, and DL knows what he's doing. I think the majority of his audience is women. I remember now. It was he said that now it's none of his business. He was like, "What Kim Kardashian is doing or whatever is none of his business." And I'm like, "Wait a minute. What about his kids?"
Everything she does is his business. From the look, what are you talking about?
That's what made me so mad. That was one of the comments that DL made that made me so mad. I got to thinking about. I was like, "Wait a minute. What about his kids, bro? Them are his children. That is his fucking bit. What the fuck? That's his fucking bit. What's more business than that, nigga? That's my child. Fuck out of here, man. What she's doing with my children is my fucking business. Yes."
But
fuck out of here, DL.
But for a non-thinker, that would be sucked up and used so quickly, so much that it just like he's the devil. Like Kanye now is the devil.
That's my point.
And that's the focus. That's what they're trying to vilify this guy, because look, if the man is like, because I mean he was upset about the birthday stuff. So it's like, wait a minute. So you mean tell me I'm not invited to my own kid's birthday party? You know what I'm saying? This other person is more welcome at my daughter's birthday party, and I'm not.
He had to go to social media
but you
to
can
get the
show up at my
address.
show. You had to go. Well, one of the what the brother-in-law gave him the address.
Yeah, but it was because of him going on social media and saying that he didn't have the address.
Yeah,
and
but I mean, come on, bro. Say, man. So you mean to tell me, because I mean that look, bro, that's to me like, and this is just the way, you know, me and my people roll. Like anywhere my kids are, I only have one, but still, like anywhere my child is, I can be there too.
And then that's
So no
how it should
matter,
be.
you know what I'm saying, like don't play no games. Like I mean, these people playing with the heartstrings of other people. So, you know, like this, it's a bigger plot at the end of it. Just wait for it.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, you know, the other implication to, you know, it's none of his business. That's that female attitude of that men are not needed. You know, the dad is not needed. He's a sperm donor. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
After he does his job as a sperm donor, then his presence is no longer needed.
well, the most imbalanced kids are the ones that don't have their father in their life. The father is very much needed.
I mean, it shouldn't be an argument. Like it shouldn't even be. We shouldn't even have to, you know, make that argument.
I mean, that's a cut and dry thing for me. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, when fathers stop being in, you know, able to be in their kids' lives the same way, you know, sometimes it's, you know, their own choice. Sometimes it's because of, you know, the other party, the female. But either way, the kids are being affected because the two people that brings balance aren't there to give the balance. You know, you got one sided of everything instead of having the feminine and the masculine in, you know, with, you know, being the kid being able to observe, not only talk to or, you know, hear from, but to observe both sides throughout their life. That's what brings imbalance. But
and kids, we all learn mostly from observation. You look at nature. Nature learns from observation. Like the kids, you think the kids not watching you, they watching you. Even when you're not even in a room, they can't see you, they still watching you. You know what I'm saying? They taking in information and they, you know, and this is how they make their determinations in the world. This is what determines, you know, what their philosophy on the world. What they say, the mom is the first teacher. You know what I'm saying? Then the dad is the first example.
Yeah. But bro, DL wrong for that, bro. But that, I mean, he's a politician. You know, we look at him as an entertainer and all that, but he's a politician, and that's what he's paid to do, is to subdue people's minds into a, you know, a certain way of thinking.
What up, Deuce?
Deuce.
Hey, what's going on? My bad. I was like, dang, I can hear him, but I couldn't hear him.
What do you think about the DL Hughley comments with Kanye West situation? That's what we're talking about. Did you see that shit?
You talking about the old comments that he made, or
no? It's recent. It was on Vlad TV. Well, if you didn't see the DL comments, I'm sure you heard all the different stuff happening with Kanye West and his baby mama. All the drama.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah, the last comments I heard DL Hughley say was like, when Kanye West couldn't sell music, he sold Jesus, or something like that, he was saying.
Hater.
Yeah.
It sounded like something a hater would say.
Yeah. So I mean, but yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, a lot of them are angry that, okay, this person that's supposed to be crazy simpleton or whatever, he's now a billionaire 9 times over, and you know they still trying to get crumbs from their boss.
NASA. And
You
fucking
know,
so but they don't have the nuts. Like you could say what you want to about Kanye. For one, the guy's a clear genius, okay? He's deaf and but mental illness comes along with being look at Nikola Tesla. The nigga used to babysit pigeons and shit. Being a genius, being super intelligent comes along with the amount of mental illness. But so the thing is, I would say he's a genius, and for two, I would say his work ethic is inhuman. So and then here's the third one, and this is the one that makes him who he is. He don't give a fuck. Like he's not scared. You know what I'm saying? He willing to go. The nigga said, what did he say? Bill Clinton. What did he say? No, George Bush.
George Bush don't care about black folk.
Like how many people got nuts to do some shit like that on live TV while George W. Bush is the president on a big ass show, some unscripted shit where he does like a protest.
But I'm gonna tell you, some people are like, I think when it comes to geniuses, that they seem to be crazy because nobody can truly relate to that type of thinking or that thought process. I mean, that's abnormal to most people. You know, what's normal is mediocrity for most people.
Yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying? So,
man, and if y'all remember that clip, if you look at Kanye West's face, that nigga was scared as hell, bro. He was scared as hell. His voice was cracking and shit.
who?
He was scared. Kanye West, when he made those George W. Bush comments, you could hear in his voice, he was scared, bro. But see, that's what the difference is between DL Hughley and Kanye West. And that's the difference when they talk about brave heart. Bravery is not being afraid. It's acting even under when you are afraid. That's what bravery is. That's what people fucking get twisted. They think niggas not scared of shit or well, whatever. No, niggas is scared, bro. Like even the NFL star in this fucking Super Bowl, he could have been in 10 of them hoes. When that shit start off, on the fireworks or whatever the fuck start off, you think that nigga stomach not bubbling? Nigga, he's scared. So, but he go out there and he perform because that's his job. We gonna treat this like any day. We finna go out here and take care of business because that's what we do. So that's why the people who show up are the ones that are able to, push through their fear. And just like me on the show, my damn teeth, I'm missing teeth at the bottom. I got the money to fix this now. I've been having it for some while now, but this shit is super expensive. And I don't know, bro. Like, and then it's like one of the things I'm doing with this show is I'm trying to push against all these different, like you have to be perfect, this superficial world that we live in. Also, the way I do the show is kind of boring. I do that on purpose too. Draw it out long shows because I'm trying to be the opposite of this TikTok microwave fucking culture. Perfect. All the bitches with the perfect body, the perfect tits, the perfect ass. I just want to be perfect. The dudes are doing it too. I saw, what's her name? Empire Files. What's her name? I can't think of her name right now. I'm going to play a video of that. If not today, it'll be later in the week. Because they canceled her show too. She was a part of RT. But I noticed her hair is lighter, like she did something to her hair, and her teeth has completely changed. She's got like perfect teeth now. Like, and I really love her message. She's so smart. And but she didn't, because she's in front of the camera all the time. Somebody probably got on her about, get your teeth perfect. So she didn't went somewhere and got her whole fucking grill is perfect. But now look like she got horse teeth and she's not nearly as pretty as she was.
Did you see the Nicki Minaj Joe Budden interview?
I saw some clips out of it.
I need to go and watch that. I didn't get to see it.
Yeah, it was a
I saw some clips because she
I really
said
enjoyed it.
I heard the comment about how my Lil Wayne like she's saying, and this is really important because it's like the little comments. Like she said, it wasn't like anybody said anything outwardly, but it was more of like the jokes and stuff like that. Like it was kind of like subtle, you know what I mean? And she says that's what drove her to get the ass shots, like these subtle comments. Go ahead. What was you gonna say?
Well, my main thing is, you know, before we move on to anything else, is that perfection has imperfections. You know, like I don't know. I mean, I'm a old school type, you know, traditional type person where you know, all this other stuff don't move me. I mean, honestly, a lot of it is, you know, really a turnoff. Like, you know, women don't do things for men anymore. Like as far as, you know, you know, can't put that on all women, but you know, they're doing the, you know, the lace fronts, the eyelashes really kill me, especially as the bigger they get. Like
bothers the shit out of me. It's so ridiculous looking.
I love
Ridiculous.
bro. I love my sisters, man, but like, man,
you look like a clown.
Natural beauty is where the beauty is. Like the blemish, the little blemish, the little pimples, I mean, the natural you is the real you. That's that's what God made you. Like, you know, okay, you know, you won't put on makeup, but like you ain't got to go so far, man. Like it seems like it's just like, okay, a competition. Oh, you know, look, who's trying to be like Snuffleupagus today? Who, you know what I'm saying? Like those eyelashes really kill me. You know,
really
You
ridiculous.
know, yeah, and I get, you know, hey, I like the different wigs, you know, to play different, you know, you might be, you know, being a different role, but honestly, men don't really want to see that as
every day.
You know,
like we want to see your natural self, because that's where you're beautiful. You're beautiful already. You don't have to put all that on, and you know, it's something really sexy related to natural hair, with no matter what your ethnicity is. And that's the reason why in Islam they tell you to cover up your hair, and your husband only gets to see your hair. And I think that is a good they have a good reason for that historically, because natural hair is sexual. It turns men on. Natural hair turns men on. It doesn't matter what your ethnicity is. There's
a lot of energy that comes from that. Like, I mean, your hair can turn a guy on. Like, you know, and I think it's more so the natural part of it. Like I said, I mean, because those are your antennas. You know, the way a lot of times receiving energy from the universe actually happens through your hair. You know what I'm saying? That's why there was a plot. That's why there was a plot against their hair in the 70s and 80s and stuff. Was, you know, want you to, you know, have, you know, make your stuff straight so you can, you know, be more like them. But they really wish their hair was like yours.
Right.
But
we can't make our hair do what yours do. So we're just gonna make you do your hair like ours. So that way we feel more comfortable.
That's like these chicks that go out there, man, and get all of that filler and you know, do all of this shit to their ass to make their ass perfectly round and smooth. Like, I'm sorry, bro, but like that's why I like looking at like chubby girls. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to say fat because that sounds so vulgar, but like chubby girls, thick girls that, you know, that's fine. Is like thick girls that's fine for real. Like they got hips and ass curves, you know, they thick, you know what I'm saying? Like they on the chubby side, but they thick. Like I love seeing that, the dimples in that ass. They, you know what I'm saying? They wearing a bikini or something, bro. You see dimples, you see the stretch marks, you know. It's like something about a soft ass, like a chick that's got an ass that's kind of shaped like a heart, but it teardrops towards the bottom. Like,
this nigga getting detailed.
Like, bro, it's just something about a soft ass. Like, I don't want no firm ass. Like, I want something soft, bro.
A little
like,
bit of it needs to have some of that wobble in it.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, but I mean,
yeah, go ahead. My bad.
Just a little bit, just enough.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I think that it just became somewhat of a competition between them because I don't think it was much of a concern of because I mean, yeah, we may have admired some people who had this look or that look or whatever, but that doesn't take from your own. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
dudes
Like,
be
When you a prisoner of war, you wear your hair the way your fucking the game warden, the ward tells you to.
like dudes be going crazy over a chick that's literally got a, you know what I'm saying? Like I ain't mad at him, bro, and I don't want to call this shit. I don't bash. I don't really pass, but a lot of dudes go crazy over a chick that don't have no. I mean, that have like a fake ass. That's just like I seen like before pictures of like Nicki Minaj and K
She
Michelle and all that when
beautiful,
they ass wasn't
beautiful,
like,
both of them.
bro. I love a chick that's just natural and she may not have a whole lot of ass, but she got a lot of sex appeal, bro. It's just her body, you know what I'm saying? It's like to
They
me,
fucked
beautiful
themselves up.
face.
They
Like
really
if you
downgraded.
have a
They really
yeah.
downgraded themselves, both of them. But you
Yeah,
see,
like if you have a beautiful face, bro, that shit go like a
but
beautiful
but
face,
it fit
beautiful smile,
you
that's
fit your
natural.
body. Your body fits naturally.
Yeah.
She undid that shit though, right? She undid most of her shit, right? Michelle, Cassette Michelle.
well,
Oh,
She did
she's
the.
not
trying to,
Chrisette Michelle. Don't say.
but
Hold up. K
I'm
Michelle,
so,
nigga.
I get
Not
names.
Chrisette Michelle,
look,
motherfucker. Hold on now. Leave
I
my
get
red bone
names.
alone,
listen,
nigga.
I get my names.
but listen. The thing to me that makes a woman less sexy is them trying to emulate someone else. You know what I'm saying? That's where a lot of it falls off for me is because
Me
like
too.
the confidence of
You're
you.
supposed to look like you, the way God
Yeah.
made you. So like the lighter, like blonde hair looks so ridiculous to me on black women. Now I know
Yeah.
they have black women around the world that have blonde hair naturally. That is true. But though,
Yeah, yeah.
but you can see it match because it'll be in their eyebrows and other hair. So
Yeah.
when it's
And their skin is probably a little lighter too, but it kind of because you're speaking more of like on the albino side, right?
they're not albinos. They're not albinos. They're not albinos at all. I don't know where it is. Somewhere in the world. It's probably Australia in that area, New Zealand area, something like that. There's black people. They're black people, and they pretty much have blonde hair. I think they have blue eyes too. But they, like you say, they're a little light skinned. It fits them. It fits them because it's their natural, thing. You see a dark skinned woman with blonde hair, it just looks so ridiculous.
Yeah. It's like
Yeah.
it's like
No, I mean,
it's like
I mean,
somebody that
some of it looks good, but I think when you try to change the whole idea of you with these cosmetics is really like it just seems as though you're somewhat ashamed of what
Like who
you
you
really
are.
are.
You have a you have a self-hate, and it's manifesting through the way you do your hair. So yeah.
or whatever else you do. That's just like bro, like I asked my wife, I was like, how do you take that? How am I supposed to take that compliment when, like chick tell me, damn boy, every time you see Dara or every time you see Deuce, and they always dress nice, smell good, look good as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like dude for a dude look good as fuck, but he lose a little weight, boy, he'll really be something like, bitch, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? You gonna take me fat or you gonna take me skinny? I don't give a fuck. Like it
Yeah.
is what it is. Cause I am who I am. If I lose weight, yeah, I'll be healthier. You know what I'm saying? But hey, I look good as I am. Shit.
Well, basically, what you're saying is you'll be the same person, and what people fall in love with, or what people like that spark, the light that they see, is the real you, and any of those other things that you do dim down who you are. Like any other masks that we put on, any other fucking outfits. Like I say, it just makes you look like a clown. It literally looks like a clown. You're putting on a clown suit to appear, to be appeasing to the eye, to others, just like
Yeah.
clowns do.
Yeah.
You don't have to do
Shit.
that. You beautiful woman, roll out of bed, brush her teeth, and wash her face, and she gonna be you know, I'm trying to be careful of what I say. Let me play this video.
But also, I would say, I would also say you gotta be careful about other women telling you stuff because they in competition with you.
Yeah.
They'll tell you, yeah, girl, that looks good. You doing it, but they
Uh-huh.
really like, oh God, what is she doing? Like like y'all gotta be real careful with your friends that's
yeah.
telling you how banging it is.
Yeah, I don't know how many women are actually watching the show, but hopefully there are some. And that's what I tell my daughter too. You know, it's y'all. It's y'all. Y'all can't be telling her, "Oh, that look good, girl," when she got these big ass fucking windshield wiper lashes on. You know, she look like a clown. Tell her she look like a clown. Go take that shit off, girl. You beautiful already. Or just use some mascara or something or whatever. You don't need that big clown shit. Take that shit off.
But
The girls, the women, they have to be the ones to say that. They're not going to hear it from us. You breaking up. You breaking up. Let me play this video.
He's a war
Hey, but
criminal.
on the real, true. But
I
I'm
wish
just saying,
somebody
like,
had taken Hitler out in the 30s.
Wait, go ahead. What were you saying?
what'd you say?
You was breaking up. What were you saying?
Oh no, I was just saying to back up what Pat was saying was yeah, dudes low key do that shit too. You know what I'm saying? Especially if they know like you somebody that get a lot of like you somebody that get a lot of compliments, you know, like I'm just saying that's why I don't have no partners now, bro.
Haters.
Like because for a big dude, you know what I'm saying, I clean up well and I always get a lot of compliments, bro. Like chicks literally I always give a lot of and niggas don't like that shit, bro. They be low key hating.
Man, and I was saying in the other video, I don't know what happened to hygiene, and I'm not just picking on females. The hygiene, that's probably what they see from you. Because I'm saying, I swear to God, I don't know what has happened to the hygiene with this generation, but they fucking don't take showers and don't brush their teeth and don't put on clean clothes. They don't comb their hair. I don't know what has happened, but this is what I see. Let me play this clip, y'all.
By the Russian people.
Because we talked about this yesterday. Last show.
Have Putin be assassinated?
Hmm?
Do you still stand by your
Yeah,
call?
I hope he'll be taken out one way or the other. I don't care how they take him out. I don't care if we send him to The Hague and try him. I just want him to go. Yes, I'm on record. Please understand, Senator Lindsey Graham, and if John McCain were here, he'd be saying the same thing, I think. It's time for him to go. He's a war criminal. I wish somebody had taken Hitler out in the 30s. So yes, that Vladimir Putin is not a legitimate leader. He is a war criminal. He needs to be dealt with by the Russian people. I'm not asking to invade Russia to take him out. I'm not asking to send American ground forces in Ukraine to fight the Russian army. I am asking the Russian people to rise up and end this reign of terror for you and the world at large.
Do you still stand by your call?
Okay, so here we go. Now, let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all think those? Wait. Do y'all think those are his? Do y'all think those are his words?
Nope.
No.
Me neither. Me either. I think that exactly the whole thing was written.
That's another example, like what we was talking about with DL. In order for him to keep getting his checks, he had to come up and say something so that he can try to make people move or feel some kind of way about this person.
Honestly, he shouldn't be able to get away with saying that, bro, because that's not cool. Because a lot of people feel like Obama is a war criminal. But
he's not the only one. I mean, he's one that has been mentioned. But did you see what I sent you earlier? Where the sanctions that was put on Biden and Hillary?
Yes,
I understand.
I want to play that.
Yeah. I understand. Okay, we got an active president. A current president. But why is he picking on Hillary?
Well, that's just them going in that direction. You know what I'm saying? You know, like the ones that, you know, bad blood. You know how I go. You know how I go, nigga. I don't fuck with you type shit. You can look
you
at
know
all
what?
the
It's good.
clips with
It's
Putin and Obama and the any clips where Hillary was there. You could see the tension. Like you could see how he didn't fuck with them.
bro. Just like look, I've been saying. I was, I was at home. I was at my mom's over the weekend, and talking with some of my friends. I said, well, when you know your government and you see them as corrupt, you got to be careful about when they talk bad about other people, because they might be the opposite, because they're the ones impeding
And
on them doing.
And his words could be said for a number of our leaders. The exact same words. And so the thing is, other countries can be saying that or whatever. So what if another country felt that way and did that to one of our leaders? Then what would that mean? And so then also, what would it mean if see, the thing is, this is reckless. Okay, now the stuff that we be saying on my show and they're getting on my ass talking about I'm reckless, this is reckless. This kind of talking.
But that's the desperation of them trying to complete their agenda. He's stopping them from completing their agenda, whichever one you want to think of that they're trying to complete, whatever you see that they've been going hard on and this, that, and the other. Like somebody might be trying to protect you from some of this stuff. And the same person that they're trying to vilify could be that person. But
it's so much insanity. It makes my head want to blow up, because it's like, in what scenario will a good situation gonna come out of Putin being assassinated or disposed or whatever? Like, look at Libya, look at Iraq, look at Afghanistan. I mean, go down the fucking list.
Everybody that has tried to do good, or that was doing good for their own people and was trying to do good for as many people outside of, like in the world, there was some countries that started going through and trying to stop everything they was doing. And hey, you can get creative. You can go back and look and see who started trouble with those same people, because Gaddafi was trying to do right by people. See what kind of lifestyle those people were living before.
And look at how it is now. And that's what I'm saying. What good will come out of Putin? You can love or hate him. They got a stable as, and they've been growing. A lot of the people they recovering from their whole damn country breaking apart, and they have bounced back very quickly. The standard of living of the people over there has been steadily rising. They're becoming more and more Europeanized. What benefit would it be? Like, it doesn't make any sense on no metric
at all. I mean, but there's not nobody, like I said, the average person is not really seeing this. They just going with what they hear, and that's enough for them. Oh, that's what. Oh, well, shoot, he's a bad guy. Just let's go on and get rid of him. Don't let them do that to them people. And shoot, the very people you say protect, they the ones like they would have your head if they, you know what I'm saying? Like, man,
Yeah.
that's why
Me
history.
personally, I see
this
Zelensky
is
and his people bad.
look. This is why history is so important, because this stuff that happened since we've been alive, that if you just look back on a couple of decades, 2 decades, shoot, really, maybe let's just even three, let's look back to the 90s, of things that happened in the 90s, and look at things now. Because even if we look at our own country, look what they took away all of these child programs, the Boys and Girls Club, like the different, like things that kids had things to do when they come home from school because, you know, okay, mom and dad's working, you know, but they're not just wandering, you know, wandering up and down the street. But then now they want to talk about these kids that's out here killing up each other. But you took all the resources that kept them from having an idle mind. You know what I'm saying? You had, you know, different things that was going on, you know, when we were younger, shoot, street ball and, you know, all kind of different things. Like I know in my neighborhood, they locked the gates on our basketball court so kids couldn't just go there and shoot ball. And that was the thing that they did for not just exercise, but something to stay out of trouble. But
And I think that they're trying to say that, you know, electronics is the reason for that. But I've seen it happen too, neighborhood after neighborhood, where, you know, community centers or whatever, like those kind of things are no longer there.
yeah, I mean, but like when you take the funding away from these different programs, and you know, like the people in the neighborhood who might have been managing it can't afford to keep it running themselves, but they knew that this was a good thing for the kids. They could come there, they could play chess, checkers, shoot some ball, volleyball. You know, like they had a place to go and do stuff, hang out with friends in a safe environment, and then, you know, as you've taken these things away, and then now you starting to see so much crime and things from these the young people. I mean, what do you think happens? You know, when you take everything away from them that, you know, allowed them to stay kids.
And they've been on this defunding public programs and public works and public parks and all of that for a long time. And then look at what they do with the bus stops. Y'all see the bus stops? They're taking more and more bus stops away. They take the shelters away. That shit was in the legislation not that long ago. But see, that's again, people don't follow the politics or whatever. And then the way the benches are with the bars on there, because they don't want the, you know, homeless people to sleep on the benches, and they're taking the benches away, and they're taking the bus stop shelters away, because they're saying that the homeless people are taking advantage of it. But the regular folks that catch the bus, now they don't have a shelter. It be raining sometimes. The wind be blowing. It be cold, bro. The little shelter around the bus stop is good for everybody, man.
Yeah, but then what are they doing? They're like, I mean, because honestly, you know, maybe I'm just too simple of a thinker or whatever, but you know, somebody like the monies that, you know, because they're talking about, oh, we're funding the police, we're refunding the police or whatever, but honestly, they don't need any more funding. You know, some of that money should be going to these programs so that you don't have to have more kids to police.
And that's the whole idea of defund the police, even though it has the bad slogan of defund the police. I wish they would call it something else, but that's what that means. It means that just what you said, they don't need all that money that they're getting. And we know what causes crime. It's poverty. You know what I'm saying? Lack of resources.
They know it. They know it too.
They know it too. Social programs, lack of community centers. They know this.
We're talking about people that say follow the science, but you know, they're totally avoiding the science in every area. Like, I mean, like when you really think about it, if they were following the science, they would know that if they had these programs, they didn't have as many kids running around the streets and, you know, running in and out of, you know, this place, that place, or, you know, really, like if they got into it with another kid or whatever, there's somebody here in this civic center that would be able to, hey, come on, look, let's sit down, let's talk about it. You know, like a lot of things could be resolved right away, but when, you know, all these ideas are being, you know, pushed on TV and, you know, like it's just, they got it all backwards. You know, they think that, okay, now that they've caused the problem of crime because they're taking all these different programs from from the kids and their parents, where the same money that they're pushing into police to be there to lock people up, if they would have just kept them in those other programs, we wouldn't have as much of an issue.
And the same thing is happening with the schools. I mean, this is systematic. The way that the funding is getting pulled out of the public schools and driven into these charter schools and private schools, because those schools get to choose the curriculum. They can charge people to get in. It's
that was one of the videos you sent me, right?
For profit model. I don't know, bro. I sent so many videos to you this week.
Yeah, you did. You really hit
My
me
bad.
with some videos this week.
My bad, bro. I know I
I try to get them all in, but I know there was one where they were really looking at, like, when, like, the way that it was split up as far as like who actually gets the funding that they asked for, and there's a group that gets like 40% of what they asked for, and then there's the other that might get 15%, and then another that gets 9%. So the imbalance of what all these different schools, as if one group of kids deserve to have more funding than the others.
It's so sad, and it's so sad. It's so sad, and because the inner city kids tend to be more ethnic or whatever, or you know what I'm saying, more poorer or whatever.
They're
it's just
all
like how
kids.
they moved into the city. They made everybody move into the city, and then the money moved out of the cities, and then they defunded the damn public school, public everything, and the damn I don't know. I lost my point. Let me read Doc's comment. He says they're replacing the shelters, but they are adding benches that you can't really lay down on to discourage camping on them. He's talking about those bus stops. And I've been watching them do that around the whole damn city. And I'm glad I don't have to catch the bus, because that's not fucking cool, bro. Like, so, okay, you're going to you trying to punish, you're punishing everybody really under the guise of, oh, because of the homeless people, we don't want them to have somewhere to be. So, but no, you're punishing all people who have to catch the bus, everyone. And that's what it is. It's an attack on, the regular average folks, it's and it forcing you to choose a side, like I was saying before. So and it's a class side. So you gotta, and that's the same reason I saw a video too. I don't know if it was one of the ones I sent you, but talking about the dude who, this was a historian too. He was like, the grandparent is an immigrant, like America's a nation of immigrants. But as soon as they get over here, they try to make it hard for the next ones to come, even if they're same people. You know what I mean? Whatever group you want to name. And they're like, this is my land. You know what I'm saying? Do y'all get what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to be offensive.
But well, I get it, and I don't know what to say sometimes, because I'm probably a big fault of some of these strikes or whatever. But and I try, and I'm trying, but it's just hard for me to hold my tongue sometimes. And like I'm gonna do better, but at the same time, we dealing with some foolery.
And the people need to know. So we got to find a way to get it to them. So we're doing something good if they pressing on us, bro. Because we're saying shit that ain't nobody saying. And that's why I'm calling this shit journalism. Oh, I made a new clip. Let me play it for y'all, bro. I'm proud of this shit. I played it at the beginning. Let me see where it is. Which one is it? Is it? Oh, shit. Fuck it. I can't think of which one I want to play. Because I think the one I really want to play is not here. Yeah, anyways, I made some new transitions.
What is that? Yuggy Ugg or Yug? Yeah,
that's Doc,
I guess.
On one of his accounts. What happened, Doc? Did you get messed over on Facebook? Is that what happened? On the last show, I swear I think they deleted all of your comments off of like 1 second. I look back at the comments and none of your comments were there.
Because he be spitting some truth at him, because I mean, he goes straight to the source.
I love
And
it. I love it. He's our fact checker.
Copy and paste.
Yeah, pull up the damn article, ass nigga. This is Doc. He's on his Twitch account. He says, I don't want to deal with the homeless person camped inside my bus stop. I agree with you, but don't take the shelters to deal with that in a different way. You need to deal with the homeless problem. Why do we have somebody camping in there? They don't have nowhere better to be. What is going on in our city? You know what I'm saying? Why do we have so many homeless? Period.
Well, look, but some of the countries that we that you know our government talks down about doesn't have that type of issue like that. Why is that? Are they more humane than the United States?
I think they are. He says, I'm glad I don't have to get at the same bus stop. The guy takes a piss right there at the stop. And I know what you're talking about. Pissy ass, they might take a shit over there. He said, I got hacked on the 12th. They got me banned for 30 days. So that's what happened on Facebook. Yeah, and sometimes the bus stops is nasty. But again, bro, we can't, the attitude of, taking the shelter away, that is not addressing the problem. And that's how like our whole medical system is. Like we instead of, a person got type 2 diabetes from eating potato chips and high cholesterol fried foods and shit all day, we give them a pharmaceutical drug instead of telling them, bruh, stop eating the fucking goddamn fried food and potato chips. It's not going to fix the problem. You know what I'm saying? It's not even trying to address the problem. It's really just like benefiting. Because look, if they take those shelters away, that's less money they got to spend on, building and maintaining those shelters. That's another fucking money going into somebody's pocket, a private contractor's pocket. They're supposed to clean those.
That's less money that they can give their police to beat us up.
Cause they supposed to clean them holes anyway. I've seen dudes doing that shit. It's a cool ass job. You can get a job and get a contract with the city and go around at nighttime and cause look at downtown, Doc. What about downtown, bro? It's areas that don't have no kind of shelter at all, and it's pissy as fuck. There ain't no coverings or nothing. Niggas just decided to piss over there. You know what I'm saying? And it stinks. You walk through downtown and it fucking stinks. And so, but that's what I'm saying. They have people that come out at nighttime and they power wash that shit. They pretty much got to do that. You know what I'm saying? People are nasty. Humans are, that's how we are. We're pretty messy. We're a messy creature. So, but still, that's just like what I be saying about the poor neighborhoods and the nice neighborhoods. People always be talking about in the hood, niggas just like to throw trash in the ditch. You go in the hood and it's a pile of trash in the ditch. Yes, but that trash been there for fucking 20 years and then built up over 20 years. You go to the nice neighborhood, when you drive through there, you see somebody cleaning that shit up. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. It's not that these people are more messier than those. Those people have somebody that cleans their shit up. That's the reason why their neighborhood isn't, or it'd be full of trash too.
I don't know, man.
I mean, I remember as a kid them coming out with the city trucks with them big ass claws coming through, cleaning out the trash in the ditches and shit like that too. Yeah,
they do in the hood. Like it'd be like a 3-month like. You could see the disparity basically is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Communities, what happens is the communities have to fund these kind of programs. And in the hood,
I think what it is, Houston is just like, and I'm not discrediting what you're saying, but I think the deal is with Houston is that Houston is so big and then they're so stretched thin, with their, even though they have the money, but we know they put the money in other places and other things, but
that's bullshit. We are segregated. We one of the most segregated. We one of the most segregated cities. We one of the most segregated fucking cities. It's a lot. We are a multicultural city, but we are one of the most segregated cities in the United States, bro. Everybody knows about their zip code, bro. That's the reason why they look at your ID. Your zip code matters a lot.
Yeah. But look, let's get to the heart of the issue, because I mean, you're saying, like, because I mean, a lot of it is really greed, because I mean, yeah, they have these contracts, but then when the contracts come available, like, the people who are over the contracts are trying to skim so much off the top to where it's really not, like, can't really find somebody who's willing, that's gonna take that money to do the job that it really takes. Like, I feel like that's at the root of it. I mean,
but what about our HOAs? What about all the fucking money we spending at the HOAs in the hood? I bet you those people, because a lot of them people own their houses.
Most of them neighborhoods, them old neighborhoods, like in the Houston area, don't have a HOA.
They don't have HOAs.
No, not them old ass neighborhoods, bro. Like the old, like the
like my mom's neighborhood.
Yeah, they don't have no HOA over there, bro.
I'm
Most of the people over there,
well, I mean,
they don't.
I still
Most
think
of the people over there got their own properties and shit like that. There ain't no HOA, but
it don't matter if you got your own property. HOA don't have nothing to do with you owning your property, bro.
No, what I'm saying, like, when you look at the breakdown of the neighborhoods and things of that nature like that, they don't have HOA. Now, you go a little bit further past where they live at, and you get up there, like, around, like, you know what I'm saying, Humble, Tascasita, those neighborhoods like that, those subdivisions, they have HOA and shit like that, but, like, the older neighborhoods on the north side, they don't have HOAs, and the southwest side and shit like that.
I'm gonna say this because, to me it seems like it's more so the people who own their property usually take more care and, will pick up the trash. In areas where people are renting, they may not care so much, especially, because I see some, like in some neighborhoods, something that blew from their neighbor's house or whatever, blah, blah, blah. They're going to pick it up and they're going to put it in the trash. So I mean, I think we can't necessarily take it all away from the people, because in a lot of cases it's the people there that's really kind of taking care of it. Because I mean, I know even when I was growing up, like, very seldom do you see like a street sweeper or something like that come through the neighborhood or even in that area.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I mean, there is some responsibility on those people that live there, but at the same time, we have to kind of, look at some of the problems
that's the narrative, and I'm sorry, and we do have to accept personal responsibility. But look, bro, look at these neighborhoods, bro. They sitting next to a damn train track. They sitting next to a damn nuclear power plant or a gas power plant or some stupid shit. They're sitting next to a Budweiser plant. They're sitting next to a landfill, bro. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, I mean, they have
the
those
landfill
neighborhoods.
came after.
In some cases, there's a couple of landfills that are new that came after, but I mean, I get it. Like, I'm not trying to push that narrative that it's the people, but at the end of the day, bro, like, living on the north side, growing up over there, and then working over that way, you know what I'm saying? I can't tell you how many times I've seen people take furniture from their fucking house, bro, and put it on the back of a trailer or a truck, and they dumping that shit. Like, you go down Liberty
They go
Road,
to the
you go
hood
down,
and
no,
dump.
I'm talking about people that live in the hood.
Man,
people
people
that
come
live
to
in
the
doing
hood.
it.
People come to the hood and dump. It costs money to dump. My dad used to do it. He drove this big truck and like different kinds of like construction site garbage and shit like that. It cost money for them to dump that stuff. So they willing to pay a service. So then, but you actually have to drive to the dump and get all the approved whatever licensed shit to dump whatever materials it is and pay the fee to do that. And but what I'm saying is people go to the hood because that's how they save money. They go to the hood and they dump shit in the ditch like it's a dump site.
Yeah,
and
I
they don't live there.
That may.
Now I've seen stuff like that before.
That may be a case. Yeah, I mean that may be the case in some aspects too. You know, like I said, I'm not totally getting away. I'm not giving the city or whatever, which have you, or the county a pass. You know, it's just that, but also, you know, it's the people, it's some of the people as well, because bro, like we stayed in those in the older, look at where Aunt Esther lived at. That was an old black community in the middle of the fucking hood, but that was a nice neighborhood, bro. You know what I'm saying? People helped each other out. Neighbors looked out for one another. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, you know, it's just, I don't know, bro. There's a.
It wasn't
there's
that trashy either. I think
Yeah,
they had an
there's.
HOA. Let me read the comment.
Nah, it didn't have a HOA. Not that neighborhood.
Doc says, because he's more interested in getting drunk and doing drugs than living, he's perfectly healthy and able, just chooses to be a bum. I have to be clear. I have all sympathy and desire to help the homeless, but I will not lift a finger to help a bum, and I cannot begin to help them until they choose to seek help instead of living in the bottle or by the needle. Well, they need help with their drug problem. If they are not community resource, pool, bar court, tennis court, common grounds, parks, trails, then they are generally not be a HOA.
Yeah,
That's
those
interesting.
those older neighborhoods don't really have a HOA. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I look at where I live at, right? You know what I'm saying? It's a little smaller town. You know, the taxes are a lot higher there. You know what I'm saying? And they have like the city work crews there. The guys that work for the city of League City, they go around. They have like the big trucks, and they go through and they pick up trash and clean up and stuff. You know, but I don't know, bro. I just wonder, by it being such a massive ass city, you know, down there in Houston, is it? I don't know, man.
Doc made me think about something, because the HOAs, and I've thought about it. The nicer neighborhoods always have really nice ass pools. Like with Ashley, she had a couple of really nice events at like a community centers that was in neighborhoods. And some of these neighborhoods are really nice as, you know, places where you can and I don't even know if you have to pay it. Do you pay a deposit and you give it back or whatever? Because if you live in the neighborhood and you schedule it ahead of time, you can use the facilities and shit like that. So she did a couple of events like that. It was really cool. But I was just thinking, like we was talking about earlier, how, you know, we don't have those community centers and shit and places for the kids to go. Basketball, pool, table tennis, fucking. But when you think about it, yeah, the nicer neighborhoods have those community centers like that. But you only have access if you live in the neighborhood.
And
yeah,
you rent it, or you know, I guess you say rent it or reserve it for a certain period of time. It's not something that's like a day-to-day thing that the kids, you know, really need. You know what I'm saying? If we're discussing the whole civic,
but that's the
civic center
closest. That's the closest right there. Come to think of it,
Yeah,
and I'm like,
but
you
it's
see how
but it's
that's
private.
privatized? Yeah,
Yeah. So I mean,
privatized.
that's not the same.
That's the problem. They're privatizing everything that can help the community, including the schools. Like that's the connection.
Yeah.
Let me play Jen Psaki. She has a tough job, bro.
A direct question.
Poor chick.
And
I think he is a war criminal.
Back on this question of labeling Putin a war criminal. This war has now been going on for 3 weeks. So far, the president has declined to use this label. As you know, there is an ongoing sort of formal process before you can use this term. So something must have changed for the president to
they
feel
got
like he
approval
needs
to
this
say
additional
it.
step today.
The powers of that be said, y'all can call him a war criminal.
and responding to what he has seen on television. We have all seen barbaric acts, horrific acts by a foreign dictator in a country that is threatening
So
and
all
taking
of a
the
sudden,
lives of
you can
civilians,
call him a war
impacting
criminal.
hospitals, women who are pregnant. journalists,
Before now,
others,
you couldn't
and
call him
I think
that?
He was answering a direct question.
I think he is a war criminal.
Back back on this question of labeling Putin a war.
So it goes back to what I was saying. Like, these people don't write these words. Somebody else has approved this language.
Man, all of them are scripted, bro.
It's scripted.
Yeah,
This
they
is
paid
theater.
somebody to
Say,
ask him that direct question.
you know what I'm saying? Say, bro, it goes deep, man. Y'all, a lot of y'all don't realize, but like this stuff is real theater going on TV. I mean, you know, of course, there's a lot of stuff that's really happening in real life, but a lot of this stuff is to win over the hearts and minds of the everyday person. So this is to, you know, a concerted effort to, you know, get people on board with what they're trying to do with Putin. And I don't want to go like too deep because we're gonna be shut down, but you know, I'll try to tell y'all what I could tell y'all. Like,
Nah, I get it. I get exactly where you're going from without you even having to even go that far. You know, the same way I've been looking and feel, you know, it's like, you know, this is the thing that pissed me the fuck off is that Putin is such a horrible person, but look at the shit that Zelensky and them are allowing to take place. You know what I'm saying? They're being racial with who they let out of the fucking country across the borders. You know what I'm saying? Who gets to board these trains and you know,
I
and
wanted
these
to
shuttle
talk about
buses. You know what I'm saying? So it's like to me,
yeah,
you're one and the same. It's you know, it may be on a different scale, but it's the same fucking thing, bro. And that's what makes me so mad with the human race is that people want to pick and choose what they think is right or wrong. Like right is right, wrong is wrong, bro. Like it's the same fucking thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
Well, it's
you
the
know,
idea of what's
and
but
it
people
doesn't
always.
and they but you know they always choose their home team to think that they're right, and they, you know, they're not the ones that's pulling the foul moves because you've already been kind of, you know, they've already shifted your mind to think that what they're doing is right, like they're doing everything to protect you or a certain group of people, where this was like conspired, pushed them along to do what he did in the first place.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like they don't know all the things that they've done, you know, before now that pushed him to say, "Oh, nah, I got to bomb this." You know what I'm saying?
it
Like
just makes me angry.
he just wakes up one morning. You know what? I think I'm gonna go and just, you know,
Right.
I want to.
They're not giving the people no context. But back to what Deuce is saying, like it just makes me angry because it goes back to the idea of who's human and who's not, or whose life has value and who doesn't. And that's it. And then what do you base that on? Where they came out of their mom's womb, what skin tone they have, you know? That's what pisses me off.
This shit is crazy, bro. You know, it's
And it
like
should,
this, you know.
and a lot more people should be pissed off.
Doc says, look up how many world leaders and U.S. politicians have used the phrase "Build Back Better" to try and describe what they want to be the new normal. Yes, Doc, you just touched on something. I saw. Did I send you a video about that or something? Because recently I was just watching something about that. That phrase "Build Back Better," and then they showed it of the clips of the people around the world saying that shit. It freaked me out because I didn't notice that. I didn't know that before. Because first time I heard the Build Back Better was with Biden's when he was running for president or whatever, and that's what he was talking about. We're gonna come out with this Build Back Better plan.
Can I ask y'all a question real quick?
Because we didn't send that. I don't know if I sent that to Deuce, but you know, we watched the video. That's the one I told you to start looking at 1 hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay.
That's where you saw where you know you can see different leaders, about 13, 14 different leaders that's saying the exact same thing in their part of the world, because like this is way bigger than what most people think.
And they were literally saying the same phrase, "Build Back Better," and these were leaders all over the world saying that exact same phrase.
And you can go back, and you can go back to the 80s and the late 80s, early 90s when they was talking about the NWO. and how many different people were saying that. Like this is a global thing that they're trying to implement and screw the minds of people because they have an agenda that they trying to get through, and some people just not with it, and that's a part of the problem. That's just one part of it.
Yeah. Well, my thing is like, I think about all of this shit. They say Putin is such a horrible person and this and this and that, but why aren't they doing anything to the leaders over there, like in Venezuela and shit? Like look at the shit that they doing to their people.
Well, Venezuela, I would say Venezuela is not getting suffered by their government and nearly as much as the Western powers are. Venezuela is kind of a different situation from Russia, but I would say you could say that about Saudi Arabia, though. And that was an article. I might go back to that because they froze my mic and kicked me out when I was reading an article about Saudi Arabia. Because they just executed like 81 people in one day and shit. And you know, they like to execute people who just say things bad about the damn government and shit like that.
No, so people who have a problem with speaking the truth.
Yeah. Anybody, if you say the truth over there, off with his head. Like they're not playing. So, but that's not a country because we have relationship with Saudi Arabia. That's the reason why, no, don't talk bad about Saudi Arabia, but you could put them in the same boat with Russia and actually way more because Russia is not on that same level like that with their people.
Why are we not hearing about all the stuff that they doing in Palestine?
Palestine, there's another perfect example. Now that one is very similar, and you could call them war criminals and all of that. Like that is this very similar to what's happening in Russia as far as the way the narrative is. So yes, that one is a good example. Let me read the comments. Doc says, all my life I was taught to question the government and the media and was considered smart for it. Now these days, when we need to question them more than ever, I am considered a conspiracy theorist. Exactly. It's flipped.
Well,
somehow.
See, that's the thing. And then say, bro, look, I'm gonna tell you, man. I got a headache with arguing with one of my friends because that goes back to our conversations of, they're fact checkers. It's like, dude, yeah, fact checkers gonna say whatever the people who paid them said how they wanted to come out. I mean, fact check who the fact checkers are and who paid the fact checkers. Fact check that.
Fact check that. Fucking daylight savings time is gonna go back. They said they're gonna keep daylight savings time now. I'm looking for fucking.
Isn't it crazy how me and you have some of these conversations, and all of a sudden this is something that ends up in the news?
Hey, bro, I was having this
think we be ahead
with my
a lot
wife
of
yesterday, and she was like, yeah, I like that idea because this here getting dark late, this time just gets away from me, and I'm like, what are you talking about? I was like, all the daylight savings is they tell you to pull your clock back an hour. I'm like, it's the same fucking time. They mind fuck you into thinking that it gets dark early when it actually is the same time. It's like, you can't stop time. Time never stops. Time is time. Like,
Still
it's
24 hours
it's a whole,
in a day.
yeah, I'm like, it's a whole mind fuck. I say, if you leave your clock set that hour set to the normal way that it's supposed to be like right now, you'll see that even when everybody else is doing daylight saving, that it still gets dark at 8:30 at night. But they tell you to push your clock back and it's getting dark at 7:30, 7 o'clock. It's the same fucking time. There's no difference. And she's like, well, yeah, that makes sense. And I'm like, yeah, it's all a mind fuck. Like time is time. It never it's just it fucks you mentally. Oh, we pulling our clock. Oh man, it's 6:30. It's dark. It's time to go to bed. Fuck it is. It's time to turn up
I'm
at
out.
that
I
time.
need some. Yeah. If you go to the store, let me know.
Like it's just, I don't know, bro.
Yeah,
the more and more I
man.
hear all of this stuff, and it's like, I was already like, I had really toned down a lot of my looking at that type of stuff, but when I started, with the podcast, it's like I feel that it's just that frustration and that anger again. Then it's like I hear people like talking now, and I'm just like, y'all are fucking dumbasses. Just this is not the
And we're
group for
supposed to
me.
be angry, but I mean, and we do need to unplug from the news sometimes. But everybody's supposed to be upset. They want us to. That's how they keep doing this shit. If more people was aware, that's why I do this show. Because if more people was aware of what actually is going on,
But it goes back to what you're trying to push. You're trying to change the narrative and get people to fucking do the research for themselves. But people are stuck on that fucking blue pill, bro. They want to believe what they want to believe. They want to do the less as possible and believe whatever they're told. And then we sit back and say, well, these people are poor and they can't afford this. Well, you'll fucking lie, because I take my kids to the hood to a fucking funplex to take them to something that I enjoyed as a kid, and I see all of these ghetto kids walking around with $300 fucking shoes on. So don't tell me that people in the hood are just poor when, nigga, my kids don't wear $300 shoes. I shop clearance for their asses. You feel me? Like, it's just so much shit that I see, bro, and it makes me so angry, bro. And that's why I'm like, that's why I kind of push back on what you be saying, because it's like, Chaka, you giving them too much. We can afford and make a difference in our lives on our own, bro, but we pick and choose what the fuck we want. And they keep feeding you that bullshit.
That's true to an extent. That's true to an extent. Like, I mean, yeah, there can be better decisions made or whatever, but
we
before
have
we move
to,
on,
bro, because they don't care. They don't care about us. And if we don't start making the better decisions for ourselves, they're never gonna start. They're never gonna hear you.
From Democracy
well, look, let me say this before we move too far, is that a lot of times when we're looking at the news and you're saying about people researching it, in a lot of cases it don't really take a lot of research. Really, it just takes a little bit of thought and just asking yourself some questions, because when things don't add up, most likely there's some stuff, some information missing.
Right. There's some lies in there.
Yeah.
Let me read the comments. Doc says, it was a Middle Eastern logo posted that got me banned. Oh, that makes sense. Follow the money to find out who is the author of the truth. Dun, dun, dun. Doc says, the time change saves billions of dollars a year in fossil fuel and other energy usage by adjusting to them on a daylight. As inconvenient as it is, when that came up, we'll go back. I don't think so, Doc.
Not at my house. Not at my house.
No, we're not gonna go back. And I saw a video. They was talking. I might play it, and they were saying there's health impacts to the time change. People have more strokes. People that have cancer die more commonly because your body goes through this shock when we switch. When we fall back or fall or jump forward, our body kind of goes through a shock. You know what I mean? Because everybody got a job. Most of us got a job. You have to get up at 6 a.m. To your body, it's not 6 a.m. It's 7.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing, because I mean, we all have a circadian rhythm that goes along with the universe, and then when we do things to our mind to, this adjustment period, because like people just end up all discombobulated because of this whole idea of the time changing. You've just the connection that you had with the universe is now interrupted and disrupted because of this idea of what time is to you. Like it's really insane. Like, not changing it is like probably the best thing that we've done in a while.
Yeah. I gotta say, I agree with you, Pat. I think like we don't do good things often. Doc says, I'm an insomniac. It fucks me up for 2 weeks.
Shit, hey, it helped me sleep better. I don't know why. I guess because I work overnight and have been for so long. It's like when the time goes back, it fucks me up, bro. I can't sleep because in my mind I'm still supposed to be awake. You know, so having it like this where we jump forward and time is more, to me, seems to be more natural. I fall
to
asleep
jump
when I'm
forward,
supposed to.
you have to fall back to get it back right. We just
Yeah.
gonna leave it as it is. It starts next year.
It's time to spring forward.
Yeah. Yeah, it starts next year. So I think we'll still do a fall back, and then the beginning of next year when we're supposed to spring forward, we're gonna stay the same time. Something like that.
How about, you know, that become a holiday whenever they do you know, the whole, if they want to do this whole spring forward fall back type of crap, let's have that whole day off so that, you know, we can just
We
sleep
can have
through
an
the day.
adjustment. Yeah.
When we wake up, then, you know, okay, oh, all right, this what's okay, cool.
And every job I've ever had, they always send you emails to be like, oh, it's spring forward in the morning. Make sure you be at work on time and shit like that. Like,
Most people miss church and stuff because
Yeah.
of how it, you know.
Man, I used to love that as a kid. We got to miss church because time sprung forward. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, we woke up late, y'all. Look, all right, don't worry about it. Look, going out
You
there,
gotta
cut the
act
grass.
sad and shit because like, oh, we
That's
missed
funny.
church. Really, you be happy than a motherfucker.
That's funny.
You mean to tell me I ain't gotta listen to Mother Betty get up there when we trying to release and she want to give announcements and hey man, if you don't get your ass from up there, somebody knock this old bitch out.
Oh damn.
I want to play this clip, this Jimmy Dore clip, because he's putting his finger right on the pulse of what the fuck right now. Like, I don't always agree with Jimmy, you know what I mean? And Tim Black don't like Jimmy. They used to be cool, but Tim says, you know, these progressive lefts always want to leave the black agenda or black issues out of their platform. Like, you know, we'll deal with that later. And so Timmy like, nah, I'm black, so that needs to be handled first. So, and I love Tim's argument. So that's where Jimmy and Timmy kind of go in different directions. And like I say, I don't agree with Jimmy all the time. But this show is right on point where I was talking about earlier, the dangers of that stuff. Like those words that are coming out of fucking Lindsey Graham's fat chin. Those words that's coming out of Biden's fucking mouth, that and this war, this you know, no fly zone stuff. Like this is scary stuff, y'all. This ain't something to play with, bro.
No.
Russia ain't no they ain't no baby, bro. Like, however you want to look at them, as good guys or bad guys, okay? Them niggas is the reason why the World War II ended. Okay, y'all niggas need to wake up. I might play a video because I've been studying this shit this week, but I've been looking at the history of Russia and how Russia has been the ones that's crushed. Like I want to say they stopped the Turkish Empire back in the day, and like they tend to, like, whenever it be like ethnic cleansing type of deal, like the Nazi type of shit, it be Russia that be the ones that crush that shit, bro. Historically, they have done it multiple times. So, and that's what's kind of happening in Ukraine. It's, you know, it's not Ukraine that Russia is attacking. It's the Nazis that are fucking infested in Ukraine that he's attacking. So anyways, let me play this clip.
And they're being supported by, you already know who.
NATO.
This
which
video.
is the United
and
States.
See if you can pick up on the irony or the contradiction.
Yeah, I saw this.
The Odessa National Academic Theater Orchestra performing the Ukrainian national anthem during an outdoor concert this weekend called Free Sky, calling for peace and a no-fly zone. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
So I don't know if you caught it. Did you catch what she said? She said there, that's the Odessa. Now, that was the scene of a slaughter of Jews in the 40s, in the early 40s, and also recently Nazis and extreme right wingers burned people alive inside of a union hall. And when they tried to jump out, they beat them. So that's where Odessa is, and their Odessa choir is singing for free skies, meaning they want a no-fly zone. She said they're singing for peace and a no-fly zone. Now, what's the problem with that, Aaron?
If you want peace, then you cannot also be for a no-fly zone, because a no-fly zone also means World War III, and World War III is unfortunately not conducive with peace.
So when they say a no-fly zone, what they mean is let's start shooting down Russian planes, which that's not call for peace. That's the opposite.
Let me pause that, because this is it right here, okay? This is the mind fuck. This is the mind fuck they are doing to y'all with the media. And you are crying for peace, but you're not crying for peace. You're actually crying for war is what you're crying for. You're pushing for war. They have got y'all.
Unknowingly, because I mean the way the media presents it, because they might offer a solution, but that solution is gonna in turn, because I mean if they do that to Russia, that all of a sudden then if Russia flies, now they shoot down one of their planes, what is Russia gonna do?
They're gonna want to dominate air supremacy, and you see what happened. See, look, okay, this is what I want people to try to understand. Okay, Syria, y'all remember the pictures of Syria? It was a beautiful city, bruh. And these people, some of them were Christian, some of them were Muslim. They were pretty much a European type of city, bruh. That city was destroyed. That city was pretty much destroyed, bro, like in the surrounding areas. It was a beautiful, modern city. The whole infrastructures were destroyed, okay? And now, all right, to get y'all to understand why those buildings were destroyed, because you had two strong powers trying to dominate, trying to do air supremacy. Neither side could establish air supremacy in Russia. And that's the reason why, I mean, not Russia, in Syria. And that's the reason why, ultimately Syria pretty much won the war. That's why they don't talk about it. But, they gave up. You know what I'm saying? Syria is still, Assad is still the president. That, Syria is rebuilding and rebounding. But their cities got destroyed. And it was as a result of, because see, Russia was helping Syria. Okay, and then you had the other side, the Western nations, and that's both sides trying to establish air supremacy. As a result, Syria ended up being destroyed. So if we go down this air supremacy road in Ukraine, what do you think is going to happen to Ukraine?
Bye-bye.
So y'all need to think.
And we're not talking about just the military. We're talking about just regular, everyday people that just want to go and get coffee from the coffee shop.
Y'all need to think about what y'all saying. The media is getting y'all on this fucking cry for Ukraine shit. Meanwhile, you're crying for war, which meanwhile is just going to mean more Ukrainians are going to die. They have mind fucked the shit out of you.
Have a call for peace. That's a call for war. We want peace, but how about how we get there? You got to go through some war. You got to start shooting some shit down, right? So peace after we shoot some shit down. And of course, Democracy Now! Repeats it. Isn't that kind of heartbreaking?
Well, it is heartbreaking. I worked there for 10 years, so there's plenty of heartbreak for me when it comes to that direction the show is taken. Now, look, I'm sure what happened here was a producer who doesn't realize what a no-fly zone is just wrote that down and put it in a teleprompter, and that's what Amy was reading. I don't think Amy actually advocates a no-fly zone, but the fact that this was made it to air, it's just funny. It's just such a funny contradiction. And of course, it wasn't corrected either.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Not that I don't know if she endorses a no-fly zone or not.
No, she doesn't.
But the fact that she wouldn't correct that, she wouldn't point out the ridiculousness of them singing for peace and for a no-fly zone.
Go mess up a chick.
Is a letdown, that to say the least. So now people watching that aren't getting
But
they're
they're
being
supposed to
propagandized.
be independent media. She's not
Look,
supposed to be
to me,
making a bunch of money.
and
off
I'm
of
biased
that
because I
shit.
used to work there, and
I
before I
mean, the
worked
whole
there, I was,
idea
a,
of
I
you
was such a
saying
big fan of
supposed
it.
to be,
But to me, Democracy
just
Now!
that
used
you
to
had to say
represent
that first
the
means something.
like the best that U.S.
who
media could
knows?
be, and that it would constantly
She,
expose
most
the
likely she's
manufacturing of
getting a
consent.
check, and that's why
Now,
she's saying that
on
shit.
some key issues, not all of
That's
them,
the
but on
only
some key issues,
answer
it
I could
actually
get.
is representative
Well-
of manufacturing consent because it toes the line. It toes the party line.
Well, we're talking over him. Let me take him back a bit because he's kind of trying to explain that he's saying that it's the pressure of like, it's not the money. It's more of the pressure of wanting to be cool with my friends, wanting to be on the in crowd, not being excluded. Kind of like, the unwritten rules in journalism of like certain things you just don't talk about, or certain sides you just have to take, and so forth and so on, or otherwise you're gonna get ostracized. Let me take it back a little bit. I think that's what he said.
That's happening outside of that building. That's happening on the streets of the United States. Is that people, even some people who do understand better, they're not going to say anything because they become a part of this, this crowd or these crew of people who, are, you're way out there, or like you a troublemaker or whatever. Like,
yeah, I think that's what he was saying right here. Let me play.
I was such a big fan of it. But to me, Democracy Now! Used to represent the best that U.S. media could be, and that it would constantly expose the manufacturing of consent. Now, on some key issues, not all of them, but on some key issues, it actually is representative of manufacturing consent because it toes the line. It toes the party line, and it does not cross the sound barrier on issues that it used to actually expose. Instead of challenging propaganda, it often parrots it. And I haven't seen everything it's done about Ukraine.
Hate it,
but
bro. I
I'm
still
told is
watch
that there's
Democracy
been
Now! But
basically,
I used to love it.
almost no, or even no mention of all these key issues that are crucial to understanding the war in Ukraine. So, for example, the very fact that this war did not begin with Russia invading, that there's been a war in the Donbass for 8 years of Ukraine with 14,000 people dead. And the U.S. has played a major role in that, shipping weapons, blocking diplomacy. That has not gone covered on Democracy Now! From what I'm told. Also, the dismantling of arms control treaties for the last 20 years, which has further encircled Russia, put U.S. weapon systems inside Poland and Romania. And of course, most critically, and this is something that you're not allowed to mention in U.S. media, is the coup of 2014, which we used to cover back on Democracy Now! When I was there, and did, I think, in such an effective way with guests like Stephen Cohen, who later on was banned from appearing on Democracy Now! But so all this critical context is not being given, and the only way you're allowed to be critical now or question the war in Ukraine is, was it a good idea or not to expand NATO? And yeah, that's an important question to explore, but the issue is so much more than just NATO. It's also about a war in the Donbass region of Ukraine that we've been fueling for 8 years with billions of dollars worth of weapons, and we're continuing to fuel now.
Here's what Glenn Greenwald said. He said, even with the utter collapse of Democracy Now! Into MSNBC neoliberalism, this is the funniest thing I've seen in a while. It was sadly funny. I don't know. That's big balls for Glenn to say that because they did freeze him out because he was right about Russiagate, and Democracy Now! Manufactured consent for Russiagate, which is actually manufacturing consent for this war right now. So Democracy Now! Is really really doing horrible work.
Back when they covered the white helmets,
so they brought him
that's
back
when I
on
realized
recently to
that
talk
they
about,
were like,
Edward Snowden.
Because everybody was saying that white helmets is
and
fake.
Well, what happened was
and
that was a
Democracy Now!
panel
kept
discussion
covering them, and I was
that
like,
was
okay.
like an outside event for a different organization.
Oh,
which
is that
they
what
then
that
just
was?
re-aired on.
That was when the Syrian thing was happening.
So he wasn't actually
So
invited.
I think that's when Democracy Now! Went in a
So even
different
when he
direction.
came out with his latest book, even after all the great work he did,
they went into
they
what?
still won't. Getting Lula out of prison, they still won't bring him back.
When Democracy Now! Went in a different direction, I think was around the time of the war that was happening in Syria, because it's kind of similar to now where they don't want to say anything good about Russia because of the Cold War that has been going on forever. And in journalism, the McCarthyism, you can't say anything good about Russia. So back when the Syrian thing was happening, you had these things they called the white helmets, and they were supposed to be like these people who were humanitarians, and they were receiving aid, and they were like helping the Syrian people or whatever. but come to find out, they weren't. They were really the guerrillas, the people who were fighting the war, the people who were causing the problems. Basically, those were the same people that were doing the white helmets. Like, it was a media outlet for that group. So to make them look better or whatever, or to make the West look bad. And a lot of the events were staged, like completely fake. And so, and Democracy Now! Kept covering those videos, and everybody was saying that those videos were fake, because I be having my ears to the street when it comes to this kind of shit. And a lot of outlets were saying this is not real footage. But Democracy Now! Kept fucking covering it and showing the footage as if it was real. And I was like, oh man, like, if I see this shit, then I know they seen it. So what the fuck is going on? And that's the same thing that's happening right now with the Russia, with the Ukraine thing. All the videos, some of the videos we're seeing are fake as fuck. And then you got these big media outlets who are covering these fake ass videos, and they're already exposed. Everybody knows it's not real.
Well, look, I bought a Ukrainian guy some coffee a couple days ago. Might have been over the weekend or something like that. I think I was up in Missouri, and I was like, I gotta ask, what I'm saying, when you meet somebody from somewhere else, you just kind of, especially when you got stuff going on like this, he's like, Ukraine bad. His English was not the greatest, but he's was like pretty much telling me like before all of this that we've been hearing in the news, it's like Ukraine bad. Like, he had to get, like, there's like him getting out of there because of a lot of stuff that's going on, because I guess he wouldn't be considered, he's got real light skin, but he would be considered an other. Like, he's not like a part of what like the government gives
Proper ethnicity.
Yeah. So, and he's like he had like he's probably like a Russian, but speaks probably better Russian than anything. But for somebody that's from there, and he's telling you, like, in so many words, is saying, don't trust what they telling you about Ukraine.
That's the feeling that you got from him, from your conversation.
Yeah.
That's the impression you got.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, it's always better to get sources. I talked to a lady from Ukraine the other day at work, and she gave me a whole fucking history lesson on that shit. It's so heavy, it's so deep. And that's why I have some videos on that, but I'm not gonna play them today because I don't want to put y'all to sleep. Because they're kind of boring.
I'm not too far from that now.
Because they're kind of
no,
boring.
I mean, not because of you. Shoot, well, you saw my message I sent you.
Yeah, you saying, I'm glad you stayed on as long as you did, bro. I guess it kept you in, stimulated for a while.
Bro, this stuff has me crunk. And I gotta calm down, because it's like, it really bothers me that like more people don't see it. Like, I mean, it'll be okay if it was a small percentage of people,
but it's like everybody.
Yeah.
And how can y'all not see it? Ugh. It's so frustrating. I just want to scream. That's why I do this show, because I used to want to walk down the street just screaming at the top of my lungs. Just somebody can ask me what's wrong with you, and I can just explain all this shit.
Say, bro, I could have a conversation. Like, I have a cousin of mine. We talk all the time, and like, it's certain things that she starts, like, she can see it more in a like the stuff, because she listens to the show. Her internet is not that great, so it's real patchy for her, but she listens to it as she can. But it's like she's like, man, I see the world totally different now, because it's like, she can actually see some of these things just based on opening your mind to certain things, instead of just, being just a receiver and just accepting everything as is given to you. And, you to the point of where, okay, now you dissect the things that you hear, and, trying to put it together with you know, things that you've already seen or you lived through or whatever. And yeah, I mean, it makes a big difference. So I know we're
That's
touching
wonderful.
people. I know we're touching people, but you know, I'm just hoping that we can get to
Can
more
keep it
people
going.
because
Yeah, we just gotta be careful. We can keep it going. We just gotta like, I don't know. We gotta come up with some damn code words.
Back on.
Yeah.
And you tell
No,
me
look-
why that is. You tell me what the F is going on over with Democracy Now. You tell me what's wrong with them. What
Again,
happened?
I'm not there, so I don't know. What I do know is that they've made some terrible editorial decisions on Russiagate. On Syria, they decided to be all of a sudden a pro-dirty war outlet, essentially, freezing
I
out
know
any
the
dissenting
answer.
voice to the point where in the last appearance on their show, and this is something I'm really is a serious issue for me because he was so important to my intellectual development, and I met him through Democracy Now, and that's Stephen F. Cohen, the late eminent scholar of Russia studies, Princeton, NYU, changed the field of Russian studies. And back in 2014, when the coup happened in Ukraine, while the entire media was manufacturing consent for the Obama-Biden policy of backing a coup in Ukraine and fueling a proxy war, Stephen F. Cohen would come on Democracy Now! And just masterfully correct the record. And his last appearance on DN, so that's where I met him. And we kept in touch over the years. And then when I went on to the Real News, I interviewed him there. And when I went into the Gray Zone, he would still come on. But meanwhile, his last appearance on DN was in April 2017, when he criticized the dirty war on Syria. And after that, for the last 3 years of his life, 3+ years of his life, he was never invited back once. So they froze out the top Russia expert in the US and the person who gave them a lot of credibility for so many years when they were covering Ukraine and Russia. I mean, he was the go-to voice, and he was a voice of sanity. And because he was a voice of sanity on Syria and Russia and Ukraine, because they made an editorial turn, he was frozen out. And that speaks to how powerful our propaganda system was, that because he was demonized and called a Putin apologist and all this stuff, even a top progressive news show that is supposed to be about breaking the sound barrier sold him out too. And that's just a tragedy.
Yeah, the whole Democracy Now! Is a big tragedy. Amy Goodman, and we used to be on the same radio station, KPFK, and they all turned into a bunch of crazy Russiagators, except for a few people. I was one of them, and she led the charge, right? So Pacifica Radio takes their cue from Amy Goodman, and Amy Goodman was giving them shit cues. Her cue was to be just like Rachel Maddow and the military-industrial complex
That
narrative.
sucks that she's
And,
turning into
start another
MSNBC.
cold
She
war with
really
Russia,
is.
which is leading to a hot
That is
war.
a
and
stab.
Still won't tell the truth about Syria. Won't tell. It's just gore. It's just the fact that they aren't embarrassed to all get out that they're being outdone by a pothead comedian in his garage, and that I can at any moment can point to Mike's coverage of Syria as being way better than theirs. They should be humiliated, but of course they're not, because somewhere this has got to do with money. Somewhere.
What are you gonna say?
Well, what I want to tell, you know, at least give somewhat of a secret, because I'm gonna leave soon. But you want to know who's paid for that message that these people are giving? It's real simple. Who's buying up the marketing? Who's bought up the marketing budget? You know, who's giving them the marketing budget? I mean, look at what commercials are being played during those segments. That'll tell
But
you.
They don't play ads on. They don't have ads on Democracy Now. No ads.
None. Not before, not after, none during. Or no, but I mean, you see that on YouTube because you got the paid subscription, like me.
Yeah, no, but they don't have. I've been watching them for years. They don't. Their show just comes right on. There's no ads on their show. They're supposed to be completely independent. That's why I said where the money is coming from is a mystery.
Yeah, well, it can be found out. But I'm gonna go ahead and take out, bro.
All right, man.
Yeah, I got another long day. But,
all right, man. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, I'll be in tomorrow.
Peace and love. Get you
peace
some
and love.
rest.
For sure. Deuce,
Yes, sir.
holla at your boy.
Oh yeah. I got you.
All
Man,
right,
I'll
man.
be up probably tomorrow about 5.
All right. Good time for me.
All right.
All right, y'all. I'm a
All right.
holler.
All right. Peace.
Peace, bro.
I want to pay a little bit more of this. Jimmy Dore's questions made Matt Taibbi very uncomfortable. He's friends with Amy Goodman. He doesn't want to say anything bad about it, and I get it. And I have a connection too because I've been watching Amy Goodman for so long. So it hurts me to hear this stuff too. So, but it's uncomfortable and painful.
This isn't Amy Goodman getting it wrong. She's not stupid. This is some kind of corruption somewhere happening. And I'd like to know what it is. You don't think it is, Aaron? You just think so? You think she's dumb? I think that's more insulting. You think she's that dumb that she gets Syria wrong, that she doesn't bring on Glenn Greenwald to talk about Russiagate or Stephen F. Cohen, or she ices you out to talk about Syria because she's dumb?
We have this debate often, Jimmy. I know many people agree with you, but to me,
you think she's dumb?
No, I don't. No, of course not.
So you think she's smart, but she's dumb?
I think we have an incredibly powerful propaganda system in which people subconsciously or consciously get the message that if they go there on certain issues, they're going to be outcast. They're not going to be welcomed into the club. And that is very powerful on people. Look at how many people at The Intercept get it wrong, despite having all the money in the world and working at like an ad-free organization. So there's no advertising pressure. Still, everybody toes the party line. Because some people, I think, are just more concerned with being accepted into mainstream circles and not being called names like we are. I mean, we're constantly called all the names in the world, and they subconsciously, I think, just don't want to be a part of that, and they want acceptance. So that's what I think it is. I've worked with many of the people who are still at DN, and they're not corrupt people.
No, I'm
they're
not.
actually very principled. They're not.
I'm talking about Amy Goodman. I'm not talking about the other people. They follow her lead, just like Cenk Uygur. Everybody else except me at the Young Turks went along with Russiagate at the top of their lungs. You don't think anybody else was skeptical? Of course they were, but they weren't going to say anything because they didn't want to lose their job or rock the boat. I didn't give a shit, so I did. But so that's what I think. I don't think everybody at Democracy Now! Is corrupt and taking money. I'm saying there's something wrong with the head, Amy Goodman. There's something wrong with her, and there's something going on that she needs to explain. And the fact that she would ice you out, ice Glenn out, Stephen F. Cohen, and give unbelievable shit coverage and manufacture consent constantly.
I need an explanation.
Needs to be explained.
I agree with you, Jimmy.
I think she's made terrible editorial decisions.
What is going on, Democracy Now?
I just won't do that.
Why?
I'm saying it looks like corruption. I don't have any evidence. I'm saying what would be she's not dumb. So that's the whole point.
Jimmy,
I know she's way smarter. And her whole thing,
what is it?
Aaron, used to be that they didn't care who called them names. They told the truth about foreign policy. But all of a sudden, she started caring. Like that's another thing that doesn't make sense. So logic is going. There's nothing logical to her getting this wrong.
People change. People listen to different people. You know, all sorts of things could be going on. And to me, it represents. It's so much more bigger than just one person. It's a broader trend in this country that we've seen through Russiagate. We saw how consent was manufactured, and it got to a lot of people. They used the fear of Trump to launder Cold War chauvinism and militarism, and it worked. That's what Russiagate was. It was a scam, and some of us had the critical thinking skills to see through it. Some of us didn't.
Oh, fuck. I didn't want to play his fucking logo. That shit jumped in on my ass. That might get me later. I have to be careful with that shit. Yeah.
Damn, bro.
Let me read a couple comments. Did I read this one? He says, ever since I started to tune into the solstice, the time change has stopped bothering me, and the time changes are supposed to be at near the solstices. That's an interesting comment. Putin only mentioned advanced weapons when the threat of a no-fly zone was brought up. The threat of a no-fly zone. Exactly. The White House altered the official transcript of KH Speaks. I'll try to find the link. KH, who is that? I saw you send me that link. I might pull that up. I have so much shit I want to cover. We're already at 2.5 hours. Anyways, comments on that. Dudes, you got comments on that video?
Man, it's pretty interesting, you know, and just hearing him dissect it, you know, and I'm sure the other guy was very uncomfortable because this lady, he probably respects her, you know, she's probably done a lot for him in the past. But anyway,
It pretty much launched his career. He launched his career through Democracy Now! Because he used to work there, and that's how he
yeah,
became what he does now. Yeah.
man, and I just, you know, like it makes you wonder, you know, and that's one of the things, man. You know, how do you stay solid when you start out and you create something? You start out with the best intentions in the world to feed the people, you know, the correct narrative, not some bullshit narrative. You know, you want to give the people the best. You want people to know. You want people to be educated, and then it's like somewhere down the line, things change. Is that due to money? You being bought off? Is that due to like what is it? I mean, because I hear a lot of stuff and I hear a lot of people talk about different things, and I've heard a lot of people, oh, poor Ukraine, you know, this isn't right, and this and this and this and that, and it's like, okay, well, do you guys actually know what the fuck's going on, or are you just listening to the propaganda that they're feeding you on, you know, CNN and Fox and all this other shit? You know, it's just, I don't know, bro. You know, I don't know. I actually thought they were a good news network, you know, to watch that covers, you know, international leadership and powers, you know, and things of that nature. And it's like now, it's like, man, I gotta question all the shit that I've watched, the videos of them that I've watched, you know, from
Even
Democracy
all
Now!
back in the days, because every time and that's what I be telling people. If your philosophy hasn't changed in years, then you haven't grown in years, bruh. You know, when you get exposed to new data, new information, then your perspective should change. You know what I'm saying? You should allow that new information in. So, and yeah, and the way I thought when I watched like Obama speeches, the way my brain was working back then was totally different. I can watch an Obama speech now, and now I'm cringing. let me play. Let
We
me play
weep when
this.
we see images of men, women, and children wounded or killed. We regret any human suffering and we mourn any loss of human life. But we cannot and we must not allow our compassion to blind us to reason and common sense. Because this won't be like any entanglement America has ever entered into before. A potential war with Russia is not comparable to Iraq or Afghanistan. This is an 8-year-long smoldering conflict in which peace agreements have been routinely violated by both sides. It concerns a country in which Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and Mitt Romney have direct financial interest. A country which government only exists because of the Obama State Department helped to overthrow the previous regime.
Damn.
The ugly truth is that America is in no shape to throw herself into another foreign conflict.
She dropping gems.
We weep when we see images of men,
I'm gonna let that
women,
play
and
again.
children wounded or killed. We regret any human suffering and we
That's why
mourn
you shouldn't
any
judge
loss of
people.
human life.
I guess
But we
she's
cannot
reading the
and we must
teleprompter,
not allow
but
our
she's still
compassion
saying
to
these
blind
words.
us to reason and common sense. Because this won't be like any entanglement America has ever entered into before. A potential war with Russia is not comparable to Iraq or Afghanistan. This is an 8-year-long smoldering conflict in which peace agreements have been routinely violated by both sides. It concerns a country in which Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and Mitt Romney have direct financial interest. A country which government only exists because of the Obama State Department helped to overthrow the previous regime. The ugly truth is that America is in no shape to throw herself into another foreign conflict. We weep when we see images of men, women, and children wounded or killed. We regret
Who that
any
is, bro?
human.
I'm driving, so I
That's
can't really.
that's Marjorie Taylor Greene. You know, she's considered crazy. She's a bit of a Trumper. I don't agree with her most of the time. I don't agree with her. But I don't think there was a line she said in this clip that I disagree with. I don't think there was a line in this clip I disagree with. And also I think that was very concise. like take on pretty much what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Better than the media is doing. She gave a good little overall gist of the situation that was pretty fucking accurate.
Uh-huh.
And I agree with her sentiment on it. Wow. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. She says addresses the nation. That bitch keep talking like that. She liable to be president. The thing is, we got a female president coming, y'all. Oh, damn. My screen did something crazy. That shit always happens whenever I fucking be pressing a bunch of buttons. Can y'all see me? Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Your
green screen disappeared.
Okay. I'm a exit out and maybe I'll play something while I do that. Fucking yeah, that's why you came. Ain't gonna let me look at this. Ain't gonna let me look at this. I gotta Can I play this? Nope, it won't let me look at that either. Y'all give me a second. I gotta read. Y'all can hear me. Let me see if I can get the green screen back.
There you go.
Okay. Marjorie Taylor Greene, man. She made some great comments. Damn, Doc's comments disappeared again. Is it because of the screen flip? There's some weird shit be going on, bro. They be fucking with my shit, I think. Or just maybe it's just my equipment. I don't know. Yeah, man. What did you think about her comments?
Shit. Her comments of any fuck, what am I trying to say? Anybody that has paid attention, anybody like what am I trying to say? I can't even think of the word.
Yeah, there you go.
What's up, JT? Turn the TV down some.
All right. We'll discuss
anybody that understands, bro, that truly pays attention, you know what I'm saying? And anybody that thinks beyond the narrative that they're trying to get, if you're a critical thinker, you can think for yourself, and you follow the shit like, dog, like she was fucking spot on, dude.
And that's
to hear like people growing is also good too, because like I heard you say, oh yeah, she was a Trumper, and I don't agree with a lot of shit she say, but it's just the fact of you growing, dog. Like look at for years, you know what I'm saying, how fucking lost we were, and we just followed whoever, It was like, okay, we're gonna follow Obama because he's the man. That motherfucker led us down a rabbit hole.
But that's the point I want to make, though. Regardless of what party they're from, like she's a Republican. Maybe I don't agree with Republicans. Maybe I don't even stand for the policies and stuff that she fights for. But those words she said today, hey, I'm standing on that square. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the thing that we need to try to do is stop being stuck in its dogmas. You know what I'm saying? These cultish way of thinking where Republican, or Democrat, or libertarianism, liberalism, conservatism, whatever the fuck, communism, socialism, whatever those fucking isms you want to fucking call. When you hear someone talking and that words make sense, then you need to be paying attention to the words, not like the color of their skin or what country they come from or if they have an accent. All of that shit is beside the point. What the fuck are they saying? You know what I'm saying? But what we do is we be like, oh, he's a Republican, so he's just saying it because of that, or he's a Democrat because he's just saying that because of that. Oh, he's not even from here, or he's African American, or he's Jewish, or whatever you want to say. And you're like, that's the reason why they're saying what they're saying. So I can't, or whatever. Like I'm a Democrat, so I can't listen to no Republican. I'm a Republican, I can't listen to no Democrat. I'm a conservative, I can't listen to no liberal. I'm a liberal, I can't listen to no conservative. You get what I'm saying? So then we just cut off our ears, and then we have our algorithm and we have our bubble, and all the information that we get is gonna, subscribe to our philosophy that we have already. And it's not going to stretch that at all. And all you're just going to be getting is this feedback loop that keeps you in the same bubble and reassuring that what you're saying is right.
Yeah, exactly. Hey man, I wanted to ask you, I know this kind of off topic, but how can you hear me tonight?
You sound good.
I sound better than what I normally do.
Yeah, you sound way better. You bought a new mic?
Yeah, I bought a new headset. I bought one of those blue parrots like what Pat be using on the truck. It's a headset for semi truck drivers.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to both of y'all about that. So if you talk to Pat before I do, like I would like, because I've been spending a lot of money on this show, y'all. I don't want to tell you how much money I've been spending. You be surprised. But what I would like, I want the show to continue to improve, bruh. And what I would like is like whenever we're talking like it, because when it be breaking up, I'll be losing my audience, and they fall off. You know what I'm saying? Somebody was telling me about like a mobile hotspot that you can pay for, like it's a Wi-Fi or internet boost for your phone to give
you can buy it. Yeah, you can buy it for your phone. It's if you look it up, I want to say it's called WeBoost. You can buy it, but they also have the one for your house. They have the one that's for your house that increases the Wi-Fi signal strength, or basically the one for your cell phone increases the signal strength. Like say if you're in a distance from the cellular tower, it increases the strength. So they have one.
And that's what I want to ask.
And the home that increases the signal of your Wi-Fi in your home, gives it a lot stronger signal.
And that's what I want to ask y'all to invest in the show by buying that for yourself, because when y'all be on the road, both of y'all, depending on where y'all at, because even when because you be moving most of the time, so you be moving in and out of fucking cell towers, because sometimes you be real strong and then you'll start breaking up, and it probably be because you be in between towers, and then you'll be strong again. But Pat, when he parks, sometimes wherever he's parking at, maybe it's between towers or whatever, and he's not. It depends on where, because some nights he has good signal, and some nights he doesn't. So I want to ask both of y'all to invest in that for me, man, so we can improve the show. So whenever y'all are on here, y'all have that Wi-Fi boost, and y'all can use that too on your own when y'all not on the show. I mean, it won't just be for the show, but it'll help improve the quality of the show if y'all not dropping out so much when we're talking.
Yeah, for him, I know for a fact for him it'll work because he owns his truck. The thing with me, I would have to because I would have to get it mounted to the truck, and I work. My company is like extremely about safety.
So you can't just do it. Can't just be like a download into your phone. It can't be nothing like that. It has to be a hardware.
Yeah,
they don't have a portable version of it.
Basically, what it is, it's an antenna. It comes with an antenna, and you mount the antenna outside of the truck somewhere, and then you run like the cable inside the truck to the actual
ethereal cord. Damn.
Yeah, you run the coaxial cable into the signal booster deal, and I think it connects to your phone. I think it just connects to your phone, like the signal strength, and like you know, like that way, like through via Bluetooth or something like that. I have to go back on there and read it, but yeah, like
Yeah,
I would
well,
have
look it
to
up and
get a
see what else they have. See if they have something that's portable that you can just like throw in your seat. That's an antenna.
yeah,
Some shit
yeah,
like
because I would
that.
have to run a coaxial well, basically mount the antenna outside the truck and then run the coaxial cord into the truck. You know what I'm saying? And so like they inspect our trucks when we're not in them, and you know I don't know, one of them bullshit ass mechanics may be like, oh, this is not company issued equipment, and take my shit off the truck. You know what I'm saying? So that's yeah.
Yeah. What up, JT? How you feel,
We
man?
cool. We cooling, man. How everybody doing?
Pretty
Good,
good, man. How you
chilling.
doing, bro?
Oh, we cooling.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah. What's been on your mind, man? I sent you some videos during the week. Did you catch any of that stuff?
Yeah, I caught that.
I have no idea what I sent y'all because I know I overloaded. I sent way more to Pat than I did to y'all and I've been trying to send shit to Doc too. Doc, did you get any of my shit I sent on Facebook Messenger, or is there another way that I can send you stuff? Let me know, Doc. Because the thing is, I be wanting y'all to be more prepared about what we're gonna talk about. Because really, I prepare for the whole week between Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. I prepare for the week worth of shows. And I send all the topics, the videos that cover the topics that I want to talk about. I send them. Me and Pat's been doing this for a while, and I kind of added Deuce onto it. And so now well, shit, I've been sending them to JT, and hopefully I can get them to Pat, because y'all be on the show all the time. So then if y'all had already seen some of the stuff that I'm talking about, it makes it easier for me to not have to play so much of the videos. And you know, y'all already have a perspective on some of the stuff.
Right.
So, what did I send? What did I send you? Do you remember what did I send you that you watched or that stood out to you, or do you have any comment or anything? Like I said, right now I don't have no idea. You talk about it, maybe I'll pull it up. But I went over a lot of shit.
What it was some lady. She was talking about hell, she was talking about. Hold up.
Yeah, I don't know what I sent you. Look at this. It says, quick reminder that this was a cautionary tale, not a guide. This is just a GIF, but this is an animation. I think it goes way back because I've seen this animation before. I think it goes way back to maybe the 90s, maybe even earlier, of like nuclear fallout, world nuclear fallout, how it could freaking happen. Fucking crazy. And they keep interviewing Zelensky so fucking much in the news. All I'm hearing is fucking interviews with Zelensky. Can we hear some interviews with Putin? What I mean, at the very least, I mean, you agree with him or disagree with him. Can we hear what he has to say? What the fuck is the diplomacy? You know what I'm saying? I saw a clip where they asked, they said the stuff that Putin said, and Zelensky was like, "Oh, he's just crazy. He's talking nonsense. He just wants to conquer the country." Da 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 da. He didn't address any of the stuff that he said. Like he took completely just diverted.
Yeah.
So, and that's the same thing the media is doing, and they keep on interviewing him. And in every interview, he doesn't say anything. He says the same shit over and over and over, but he doesn't really say anything. They're
gonna keep I feel like they're gonna keep interviewing Zelensky because of the simple fact that he's pushing their narrative. He's pushing that narrative, with and also, he wants to be part of. It's like he wants the country to be a part of NATO so bad, and it's just all of that bull crap. So,
well, it's more complicated than NATO, but he's a puppet. He's definitely a puppet. There's other people that's pulling the strings, and Zelensky is a mouthpiece.
Yeah.
For the powers that be, the ones that want things to be how they want things to be over there. Oh, let me stop share here. Oh, wait. Let me read the comments. He says, in these days, identity politics, as a 54-year-old straight white man, my words have the last amount of meaning these days. Nobody cares what you think, Doc. Read too many books anyways. He says, check into a magnet mount. So maybe there's a magnet mount of that one that we're talking about. He says, I just got it. I was banned from Messenger just 3 days as well. Damn, bro. Is there any other better way to send you stuff? It says, it's from War Games, the movie with Matthew Broderick. It's like 83-ish. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I've seen that image before. I thought it was the 90s. He said 83. Doc is really good at fact checking us. Keep us on point. Yeah, so JT, did you see did you make it to the stuff I sent you or whatever?
Yeah. I'm trying to pull it up now. So I go, refresh my memory on what it was.
Yeah, I don't remember. Twitter.
Talking about the stuff on man, you sent let's see here. I got it right here. You sent elite shame working class into paying more for gas, sacrificing for Ukraine. Yeah. Medical student describes her appalling racism experience at Ukraine border. Hotel Rwanda.
Wait, JT, we getting all that.
Yeah. I'm gonna cut it off.
Yeah. So let's go into the racism at the border one then. The black student, because I was, I did kind of want to touch on this because we talked about this, but the thing is, what they're saying is there's still some students who still stuck over there, bro. After all this time, they still haven't got out.
Yeah.
I thought all of the students had gotten out by now because all the videos were showing like them trying to get on the train or whatever, or bus, or they're on foot in line and trying to get across the border to get out of the country. And over all this time, and I've been seeing videos of people who are talking about they're out the country. Like it's this one chick, she was organizing, let me see if I can find it, getting people out, and she got out, but it's still people stuck, and she's trying to help them through Twitter and shit like that. Let me see if I can find it. But that's crazy because I thought that they had got out. By now, it's been like how long has it been? It's been like 2 weeks or whatever. It's been a good while since the fighting popped off. And these people still haven't got out. They're hiding in bomb shelters and shit. Oh shit. Y'all can't see this. Hold on. You're pressing too many buttons.
There were sirens every day in the chat. It's just help, please. Can you help us out, please? Please, can anybody help? There's parents there, there's children there, and they're trapped there, and it's.
The Mabe student, when Russia invaded Ukraine, she decided to flee immediately.
When the news came about what happened in Kiev, we were scrambling to get supplies together because we knew we had to leave. The next day, there were sirens that went off, so we immediately decided to leave. We left everything and we headed to the border of Romania.
It took Corinne 4 days to reach Romania. Once she safely crossed the border, Corinne focused on helping others who are still trapped in Ukraine.
So the day the news broke out, I instantly thought about the African community in Ukraine because I knew nobody would prioritize what was going to happen to us. So I started creating Telegram chats so that people could communicate and think of ways to get out, and sharing resources on Twitter, along with trying to find my own way out. The students on the ground in Sumi have been like raising their concerns with me about what is happening. So far we've been able to find 1,000 students, but there's still some students that we're not in touch with, and the number is growing every single day.
Corinne says the students in Sumi are trying to stay safe.
So currently they're all packed into like little areas in hostels together because it's not safe. We've been told that they're now running out of food. In the shops, there's just snacks. They're too scared to leave to even go get more food. So the situation is very, very serious. Like it's very dire. I'm exhausted. I'm so tired of the journey itself, but I'm also increasingly like, it's really, really upsetting me, like speaking to students every day who are crying out for help. And I know that I've managed to cross over to the other side, and I can't help those people by myself.
Current's plan to organize buses for people to get out was quickly abandoned due to safety concerns.
I realized that trying to put the buses together ourselves without any support from any convoy or anybody who can assure their safety out of Sumi, they may be actually putting their lives in danger. So now we're just trying to raise awareness of the situation and appeal for help at the powers at be.
Just send them $1 billion. Joe Biden did.
Not to no damn fucking African students that's trying to get out of Ukraine, and he did not.
He's somewhere over there to Ukraine. Oh, to the soldiers.
Well, wherever it went, I can pretty much guarantee you it didn't go to them. Because they could be organizing a convoy, like what she was saying. The whole issue is they don't have a safe way out. So the U.S. could totally help them get out. Let me play a bit more of this. It's on the same topic. Try not to put y'all to sleep. Y'all look awake though.
Yeah, I'm up, man. I just did a lot of grocery shopping and shit.
Cold, bitterly cold queues at border crossings.
British student Corinne Sky, who was studying medicine in Ukraine, spent 3 days trying to escape the country. Once she reached the front of the queue, though, she was subjected to racist abuse and forced to join a slower queue with other non-white people.
It's a story that keeps coming up, actually. And Corinne joins us now. She's back in the UK. You've been back since Thursday, I think, haven't you? And you've brought along with you a barrister, Patricia Daly, who is also helping other students to leave. You've been raising money, haven't you, to help them through. Corinne, just to explain, you're a British citizen, but you chose to study in Ukraine. Just explain why, because I think viewers will be thinking, why did you go to Ukraine in the first place?
Yeah, so my lifelong dream has always been to be a doctor. So when I found out that was actually way more affordable to study in Ukraine, I opted to go to Ukraine. Like the school fees in this country are extortionate along with the cost of living. So the opportunity to study somewhere else more affordably and also like learn a different culture was really appealing to me.
And of course, you've had a good time in general since how long have you been in Ukraine studying?
I'd been in Ukraine for almost a year this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was an amazing time. I was really like building a community. There's a large community of international students. So I had like a community of people from all over the world.
Yeah.
So I really like was enjoying that part of it.
And so explain what happened when, obviously, as with 2 million other people, students in particular, were trying to get out. Where did you go? How did you get there? And what was the experience that you had?
Okay, so originally our plan was to go to Poland. So I set up some Telegram chats so that students could communicate with one another.
Telegram, just in case people at home are watching, it's a platform. It's like a social media platform. It's called Telegram. It's not necessarily used by lots of people, but it's a really good way of communicating.
Yes, it allows you to have like large groups of people in one place. And in Eastern Europe, that's generally the way of communicating. So we were all in these group chats trying to like find out how to get out of Ukraine. And when the war broke out, information dissemination was really slow. Things were changing by the minute. So being in those groups, we could keep like up to date with what was going on. So we left Dnipro the day after Kiev was bombed, when the air sirens started going off, and we headed to Lviv. Lviv is in Western Ukraine. It's like the closest place in Ukraine to the borders. So on our way there, like we saw armed police officers, there was like military everywhere, and we had to go through several military checkpoints. And that was really scary because I know like during a war, military checkpoints are targeted. So every time we had to stop and have our car checked and show our documents, it was so scary. Once we finally reached Lviv, it was supposed to be, I think like a 10-hour drive, but it took 24 hours. When we got to Lviv, I was coordinating with Patricia,
y'all hear me, bro?
the students within
Yes,
the
I can hear you.
group
Okay,
chat.
awesome.
And once we got there, there was several students who were looking for accommodation. So people were stopping over in Lviv before they headed off to their borders. So we checked the students into hostels. So in the hostels, the girls were now reporting incidences of racism when they're trying to leave Ukraine, and some of the students had already reached the Polish border. So our original aim was to go to Poland, but after all those like reports, I thought, you know, this is the last thing we want to be dealing with, so let's aim to go to Romania. So we left to go to Romania. On the way to Romania, we were stopped by armed civilians who like took out a gun on us and told us that if you don't leave now, we'll shoot. And then when we finally got to the back of the queue, so it was 9 kilometers from the Romanian border, that's when we ended up spending, I think it was 2 days in the car queue.
So the queue to get over the border was 9 kilometers.
It was 9 kilometers,
So
but
that
we
was
spent
taking
2 days
2 days to get to the border, so to get to the front of the queue.
to get to the front of the queue. And it's like, if you imagine like a motorway, there's no shops, there's nothing. And we just had the snacks that we carried and the clothes on our back.
And just to be clear, were you and native Ukrainians, and in this case, I suppose you would say white, because you're talking about them picking you out of the queue. Were you all in the same queue?
So this is the part I want to be like explicit about, right? In the car queue, there was Ukrainian people, and there were, I didn't see any other Black people in the car queue, but there was just mainly Ukrainian people. So once we got to the front of the queue, we were told to exit the car queue by a civilian, a male civilian told us to exit the car queue. So I came out of the car to speak to the military, because I thought the military are there to, you know, to support the civilians, because I didn't understand why we were being told to leave the car queue. The military told us to leave the car queue, so we took the car out of the car queue and we waited to see if the situation could be resolved.
Did they say why they wanted you to leave the queue?
They didn't say why. So I thought it was to de-escalate the situation. So once we left the car queue, a man went and started cycling the car and pointing to the pedestrian queue. Now the pedestrian queue was just as long, but it was just non-white Ukrainian people. So I was confused as to why we're being told, once we've reached a queue that we'd been in for 2 days, why we're now being told to join a further. There were no Ukrainian people in that queue.
And they couldn't explain to you why they were doing it? I think, you know, the Ukrainian ambassador was speaking at the Home Affairs Select Committee, and he confirmed that he's aware of some of the issues that have problems have arisen. As he says, when foreigners appear to be prioritised for evacuation, it's been raised many times, Ukraine is a very homogenic society, not many people with different races on the streets. Foreigners do stick out of the crowd. It doesn't mean we are racist, is what he says. We don't want it to happen. Problems arise when foreigners are prioritised over women and children of Ukrainian citizenship who are trying to get on the same trains or trying to get through the borders.
Of course, you're a woman.
I'm a woman, so that was my argument. Because even when the man was cycling the car, he tried to lunge for me, and the military at no point intervened, which I found very, very odd.
And so the queue for the non-white refugees, essentially, fleeing war, was much, much longer than the car queue, and you were on foot, and it's freezing cold.
And it's freezing cold.
And so you're, I mean, and Patricia, you're here obviously because this is Corinne's story, and eventually you got through, but you didn't want to make a fuss because you just wanted to keep going, didn't you? But you were documenting it as you were going, because you knew then that you were experiencing racism.
Yes.
And this was from the Ukrainians who were managing the border, not the Romanians or the Poles, as you were saying. Patricia, what is the widespread concern, and what is that experience very common that you're finding in all the people that you're trying to help who are still trying to leave?
Yeah, from very early on, the students were complaining that certain borders were not allowing them to go through. They were being sent back into the Ukrainian cities where obviously there was bombing and there was shellings happening. It was a common consensus with the students that they were experiencing racial discrimination when they were boarding trains, being asked to exit trains, and also being told to wait last before boarding the trains until all the Ukrainian nationals had boarded. So it was a shared consensus, and we had to almost work out which points to send the students in order to not waste their journey and make the journey worth traveling to and make sure that they can get to safety.
Absolutely disgraceful, really, that you.
Corinne, have you
in
experienced
such fear.
anything like this in the year and a half that you've been in Ukraine at all?
No, I never experienced that. But I said before, I always assumed that, you know, Ukrainian people, they're very quiet. It's a different kind of culture in Ukraine. So I never attributed it to racism. I just thought that it's a different culture. So I'm not going to say, oh, you know. And also there's the language barrier. As majority of people, they speak Ukrainian or Russian. So I just assumed that, oh, you know, they're not really going to speak to foreigners because there's that language barrier.
Well, I mean, I suppose the key aim is just to get people out, isn't it? The students who are there. We know from when, you know, in peaceful times when footballers play anywhere in Eastern Europe, the stories of, you know,
can be
racism is huge in that part of the world. And I'm very sorry that you had that experience, but it's really important we carry on telling these stories because this is obviously something that isn't going to go away whilst there are many, many Black and foreign students trying to leave a war zone. So thank you for coming in, and we're glad you're safe and home. And we hope that, Patricia, you're raising money to try and help other students leave, aren't you? And good luck with that. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you so much.
Now we have some breaking news for you. The Deputy Mayor of Mariupol, Sergei Orlov, has confirmed that 17 were injured and 3 were killed, including one young girl in Mariupol after that awful, horrific bombing of a maternity hospital yesterday.
Yeah, those extraordinary graphic images that we've been showing you since that bombing of that children's hospital. Sergei Orlov will be joining us. He's the Deputy Mayor of Mariupol. He's going to be joining us, and he can explain exactly what they are going through there in Mariupol. It seems like it's a city.
Yeah, that's the whole different issue. But I saw buildings getting hit, but it was people. It was enemy combatants held up in these buildings. So that's what they do. And they be talking about they bombed a school or they bombed a hospital. Sometimes the militants, they take up in those places. And that's what they do. They take over those places to hide. And you have to know the whole story then to just be like, they bombed a hospital or a school. But was it students in that school? Was it, was it people in the hospital, or was it the damn guerrillas or whatever in there? You there,
Yeah.
JT? What do you think about, or Deuce? Any one of y'all? What do y'all think about this? Like the 2 videos, Ukrainian students still haven't gotten out, and then this lady telling her testimony of her racism that she experienced at the border. And she said it was from the Ukrainian people who were doing it.
Yep. I mean, the thing about it is, bro, we see it all the time. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing that I say, like, they're white people, but as Black people, bro, we face odds, and we face racism from people that's not even considered what you would consider to be European or white people. You know what I'm saying? Like, we face that shit from on so many levels, bro, from so many different races, and it's like,
well, I think you can't blanket it. I think that there's a reason why it's the particular Ukrainian people that's doing it. Is because of like I say, they've been infiltrated with Nazis. And it's probably not the majority of the Ukrainian people. I think it's not. I think it's a minority of them. But these people are in positions of power. They're in the military, border crossings, or whatever the hell.
I
So
mean, yeah, I
yeah,
mean that's true. That's true. That's true, but we don't know. We don't know that if it's actual Ukrainian or if it's actual Nazis. So we can only go off of what these children or what these students are experiencing out there when they're trying to get the safety. And to me, it's like I get it that they're trying to get Ukrainian citizens and this and this and that out of harm's way, yada yada yada, whatever, which have you. But at the end of the day, you know, you telling me that these African kids' lives don't matter? You know,
I know.
so it's
That's what
like
hurts.
no matter how you look at that shit, bro, it's fucked up. You know, that's just like being over here in America. You know, if that shit was happening over here and we're fleeing to the borders, and then they don't let, Chinese people out. Because they're not citizens. Nah, man.
Let me read the comments. Doc says, you would think the Democrats will help them like the convoys crossing the border, well, at least the southern border. A 9K line queue is just shy of 6 miles. Nigga, they made her stand in a 6 mile line on foot, probably in the snow, after she was in a car. She probably had heat on in the car. Get out of your car and go stand in this walking line. You can cross the border over there with the other brown people. If that shit don't piss you off, man, it don't matter what color you are, what ethnicity you are. And that's what I be talking about all the time. Like I say, they come, you let them come for these people, you let them come for those people, you let them come for them. Well, who's to say when the day comes, they come for your motherfucking ass. Don't let them come for nobody, and then you ain't got to worry about them coming for your ass. We gotta and that's real. We got to protect each other to protect ourselves. Don't protect humanity. Protect humans. Human rights.
Yeah. Like I say, bro, it's sad. It's sad, bro. I just wonder, like, there's really nothing that their government can do either, huh?
Well, that's another argument. There's a lot of dimensions to this. Somebody said something about that. Who said it? Putin. Was it Putin? Yeah, Putin was like, man, y'all African countries are weak. Y'all won't stand up to these Western nations and shit like that. Somebody else said some shit like that too. A black guy said it. But yeah, so they're scared, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so I would think that, and that is a finger to point, because that is a part of this. Because if, I'm the leader of my country, let's say, name the country, and I have students that's stuck in a war zone or whatever, and it becomes like a media thing, and this is definitely gonna make me look bad, bro. I'm gonna make it my effort. I'm gonna definitely put forth effort, and I'm gonna make sure that effort is loud and gets pictures and shit. You know what I'm saying? At the very least, it's a photo op for them. But I guess they're scared. That's an interesting question, Deuce. That's very interesting. Why isn't the home countries of these students doing more to facilitate them getting the fuck out?
But I also, and it could be because, I don't know, just from what I understand or have or what I've been told and kind of read up on, the African government, they kind of idolize the Western world.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They idolize the Western powers that be in the way that they handle things. So it could just be one of them things.
Right.
And
that's
it,
And that's the worst. That makes my stomach hurt. Like, that makes me want to throw up. That's the worst fucking thing. That idea that the Europeans are better, like the colonizers are better, like, they won. Their system is better. They're smarter. Their technology is more superior. We should just go on and submit to them. And whatever they're doing, like, you should have just don't get in their way. Like, you did some. What did you do? Why they fucking with you? Well, I guess you fucked up by you the one chose to go to Ukraine and go to school. Like, that's a horrible ass fucking attitude.
I mean, they may have chose to go there, but we all know to go to school in Africa unless you fucking rich or have a shit ton of money. You're not going to school, bro. Because
Well,
the
they
shit
have
is so
some. They
expensive
have
over
some schools in Africa, but yeah, it's. See, the thing is about being educated abroad, you become more intellect. Like you learn a lot more if you learn in another whole nut, because you get to learn a whole other cultures and shit. Like it's just an intense way of learning to go to another country and do it. Let me read Doc's comments. He says the African government told them they were on their own. We had an article a week or two ago about that. Yeah, and I saw that. And that's some whole ass shit. That's some whole ass fucking shit. Shame on you, African countries who said, fuck my students that's stuck in
Too much
Ukraine.
money on these original programming you got going.
Let me play
Paying
this. Lighten the mood a bit.
Oh, the party's over. It was fun while it lasted, but the party's over. You just had your login and your password all throughout the community. Whoever needed it, you gave it to. You always have somebody's login to fall back on. Netflix is cracking down. Netflix must need some money, man, because they done raised the price every month. And now they doing this. Y'all spending too much money on these original programming you got going. Paying everybody $5 million a season. Now you're being a tight ass in the community, man. Let us share the password and the login. I have always used my own account, my own login, and my own password. So feel free to do as you wish, Netflix. I'm legit.
So it says Netflix is testing a fee for subscribers sharing passwords with people outside their household. So I think this is another way to pinch the middle class, and Netflix keep raising the price anyways. Fuck it, y'all. Just don't watch TV. Cancel your fucking Netflix account. That shit trash anyway. There ain't nothing on there. Stop watching TV. Look at this meme right here. It says 90s babies living through Y2K, 9/11, a plague, 2 economic recessions, and possibly World War III before they hit 30.
Yeah. That's crazy as fuck.
And the TV is just a distraction for y'all anyways. Fucking that's how they get y'all with the damn propaganda anyways, man. Just turn that shit off, man.
That nigga say stop watching TV. That nigga JT over there watching some bad bitch on the TV screen right now.
No, I ain't watching nothing, man.
He looking at that hoe with that BBL right now. He over there like, yeah, that bitch sure look good. They need to see what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, nah, we you know it's our distraction, and it's to keep you on the hamster wheel. You know, one of the things I think. Look, this is deep right here. Okay, I want y'all to think about this. One of the reasons why you have these TV shows, like it's a popular TV show, and supposedly everybody's watching it. The whole point is to have conversation with people at work. Like, oh, I can't talk about it because I haven't watched it, so I need to go watch this show so that I could talk about it with the people at work. And so the flip side of this is I'll be talking about how, like, you know, the unapproved conversations at work, like all the stuff we talk about on this show, race, spirituality, and politics, you can't talk about none of that shit at work unless you want to get fired. You know what I'm saying? So, but look, talking about a TV show is a totally approved conversation, and the whole office can get involved in it. Even the bosses and the lower level people, the janitors, all the different levels of the people that's worked there can all talk about this TV show, and it kind of puts them on this kind of like level playing field, if you will, of being able to have a conversation. And that's what I'm trying to get people to understand. Like, you know, just like we were saying about the journalism, how Amy Goodman is saying stuff that we know she gotta know is not true. So why is she saying this shit? And the best defense that Aaron Mayte said was she wants to be a part of the crowd. She don't want to be ostracized. She don't want to be alienated. So then, you know, when you, just like the coffee shops, you go to the coffee shop, you go to Starbucks or the water cooler or wherever the hell you go and have the, conversation with other people, and then y'all talk about approved conversations like a damn TV show. Or if you talk about something more intense like Russia, then you have to have a certain particular narrative and opinion on it for it to be approved conversation. So, because like Lindsey Graham talking about somebody should assassinate Putin, that should be enough. They fucking killed Alex Jones' whole platform and Donald Trump's whole platform for saying less shit than that. But it's approved for him to say that. That is not okay. It's not okay for him to say that shit. And so, but because the narrative, it goes with the narrative, it's approved. So that's what I mean by like the coffee shop conversation, the water cooler conversation, the talking about the TV show, the weather, sports, who won the last football game. These are all the approved conversations. So, you have to watch the football game. You have to watch the football game so you can know, what happened, so that you could talk about it in front of the water cooler. Do y'all get how this is like a construct of control? Do y'all get what I'm saying? Comments, please. Let me read the comments. He says Netflix login thing is only in 3 countries, not ours. Oh, thank God. I don't even think I pay for Netflix. From Netflix website, in the coming weeks, Netflix will begin offering subscribers in Chile, Costa Rica, and Peru the option to add as many as 2 people to sub accounts at a monthly fee of $2 to $3. I guess it's not too bad. I mean, I guess it feels like you was raping them by giving out the logins. People gonna find another way around it anyways. I hate this shit. A lot of this shit they charge you for should be free anyways. I think Wi-Fi is becoming a utility and it should be free and also owned by the people. I think they should use public funds to build the infrastructure for Wi-Fi so that every single person can have Wi-Fi at no fee or a nominal fee. Like it'll be like a tax, like a really low price and a good speed Wi-Fi. Don't put it on some old bullshit where the regular Wi-Fi is fucked up and don't nobody want it, so you got to pay for it to benefit the private companies. No, make it a broadband, high-speed Wi-Fi that everybody can have in every household. We'll have more productive citizens. It'll be a tool that people can use to value their life. Nowadays, if you can't get on the internet, you really can't even do nothing. Like as far as work, a lot of the stuff, everything that's happening is happening online. So people to be able to, they can connect with people around the world, sell their businesses, their products and services.
Yeah.
What do y'all think about all that?
I mean, I never really looked at it in that way. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I feel like because the thing with Netflix was to be able to, it was a way for you not to have to spend as much money on buying DVDs where you could rent them, and they would send you so many at one time. I think like up to 5 movies, right? At one time. And it was something that people love, and they continue to love it with, the Netflix originals, all of the TV shows and different things that you want to watch. So, I mean, like I say, bro, I've never really looked at it in that way. I've never thought about Wi-Fi being free for everybody. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Or at a low price. Because it's a utility like water.
I mean, it's pretty cheap depending on who you go with. If you live in an area where you can get like, if you can go through like Frontier and get the fiber optic.
They robbing my ass, and I'm supposed to have the top of the line, best of the best, and my fucking be doing my show, and sometimes my shit be freezing up. My shit should never freeze up, especially all the fucking money I'm paying for this shit.
But it could be like the pixels or the streaming is what, the difference. I mean, who do you have as a provider?
Xfinity.
Okay, yeah, I have Xfinity as well, and actually, we've been looking at canceling the cable with them, and just
cable is way too expensive. My mom and
my
them
bill is like damn near $300 a month, bro.
cable
So
is so ridiculous. That's it.
and
They
that's for
so out of date.
cable, home alarm.
That's how they be
All that
fucking
shit.
themselves, because that's what happened to Blockbuster Video, because they was just straight robbing niggas, and niggas got tired of that shit, and another model came along and basically and then they didn't jump on the streaming shit fast enough. But what I mean is, when you be robbing people like the cable, my mom and them turned off cable. Everybody is turning off cable. It doesn't even make sense to pay for fucking cable. You know what
I
I'm
would
saying?
just keep my Wi-Fi, man. I got a buddy of mine. He sells this cable, like they hook it up through like as long as you got Wi-Fi. But he sells this cable. It's some device that's kind of like a Fire Stick, but like you can get every channel, every movie, like everything for like 30 something bucks a month, 40 something bucks a month, along with your Wi-Fi. Cause like I think Xfinity told me to have unlimited Wi-Fi. It's like $100 a month, you know. But where they get you, that's like me and my wife was talking about that. I'm like, man, you think about it, right? We cancel the cable, we keep the internet. She was
You
talking
gotta get
about
the
you.
subscriptions. You gotta get
She
the
was thinking,
HBO Max subscription.
yeah,
You gotta
yeah.
get the damn
She was
Showtime
thinking about
subscription.
getting YouTube,
After you,
YouTube streaming TV, and I'm like, man, by
well,
the time you
YouTube,
pay $70
YouTube, you
a
can.
month for YouTube, plus the Netflix and the Disney Plus and all that other shit,
It's gonna
you
add
damn
up to
near
the
paying the cable bill.
more than the cable bill, probably, if you add up all the different subscriptions. Because I have a HBO Max subscription that I pay for, and I have the Hulu because it goes with my Spotify. So, but that don't cost that much. But I have to have my Spotify. That's how I listen to my music.
Well, let
And
me.
you know,
How much do you pay for everything? Self-taught, everything that you.
don't get me to lying, bro. But that's why I want to think about it here. I know I pay for the HBO. I stopped playing for Showtime. Do I have another one that's on TV that I pay for? I do pay for YouTube. So whatever the YouTube premium that thing is, I pay for that. So the YouTube premium, the Hulu mixed with Spotify, and the HBO Max, that's it for TV subscriptions for me. The rest of the shit, I have other people, because I think I use somebody else's Disney Plus and somebody else's Netflix.
Yeah. I mean, like
I wouldn't pay
said,
for Netflix anyways. I don't
it's
know
only
why.
like $14 a month. It's not really expensive, and I'll be honest with you, bro. I actually like Netflix because it has a lot of the shit on it that I like to watch. You know, I'm not a real big movie buff. You know, I don't watch a whole lot of sitcoms
I
and
get
TV shows.
I
and
get
stuff
bored
like
with
that.
Netflix so fast. If you watch Netflix for a month, you done seen everything on there.
Hey,
unless
man,
you're
let me
watching
get your,
those. Go ahead.
let me get your HBO Plus, man. I think
And
I
now
got your
Alifa is using it.
Hey, I got
Yeah,
HBO. I got HBO Max.
you got it. Yeah, I share with
Yeah.
Alifa. So yeah, that's really kind of the reason why I bought it. She liked to watch TV too, and so I don't watch TV. I don't watch it, but if I do want to sit down, HBO has some pretty good fucking stuff on there. So I kind of fuck with HBO. So, but YouTube is the only thing I really watch. Like, that's the subscription that I would never even think about not paying for, bro. Like, that one is going forever.
Yeah, I think YouTube is like. I think my wife says like to do the live streaming, like to watch TV and everything through YouTube. I think she said it's like $69 a month or some shit like that. It's not like very expensive.
I don't know how much I pay. I ain't gonna lie, but I have the YouTube Premium. I know I can.
I don't care.
I can.
I'll just pay for the cable and let her pay for them damn subscriptions because I don't watch TV no way, bro.
Yeah.
Like, I'll be honest with you. My day
Just
and a
let her
half
choose.
that I'm
And-
at home, I don't watch. I don't even. I don't
And
even
that's-
have time to sit.
And
down
that's what I
watch
tell my
TV.
mom and them. That's the way they should do it, because my mom and like, see, they're trying to figure out how they want to deal with the situation, because they turned off cable, and so, but they've been watching regular ass TV and shit, so I told my mom, like, you just need to pay for the subscriptions for the actual stuff that you watch. You know, she likes to watch tennis or whatever, then she needs to pay for a subscription that's gonna give her
Sports,
those.
man, like all. She should just buy the whole ESPN package, which will only be like $10 or $15 a month.
And that's how
she'll
you
be able
do
to
it.
watch all of that shit. She'll be
Because
able to
that's
watch
what you
the
really
tennis.
want. You think about, because that's the problem. You on cable and you just scrolling and flipping through and you don't know what you watch. But everybody knows you end up watching the same stuff that you be watching, and all the rest of that shit on the cable you are not watching. So you just think about what you actually watching and get a subscription to that
I
channel.
watch 3 channels. We got Xfinity, and we got every channel they offer. We got every channel that they offer, bro. And I watch 3 channels. I watch the Food Network channel. I watch if I have the opportunity to actually watch TV. I watch Food Network channel. I watch HGTV, which shows the different home builders and how people restoring looking for houses. And then I watch Motor. It used to be Velocity Channel, but now it's called Motor Trend Television. I watch that. Watch like the guys that do the custom cars and stuff like that. Dude, if I watch TV, that is what I watch. And I'm gonna just be honest with you, bro. The day and a half that I'm at home, I don't even have time to watch TV. I may every now and then catch a show with my wife. You know what I'm saying? If she's watching something. Like it's just like even if I'll take off for a week vacation. I don't even watch TV because I'm doing stuff with the wife. I'm doing stuff with the
You don't have
kids.
time. So, but I reckon you got money though. So when you do want to sit down and watch TV, you should have the option because that's how I look at it too. Because I don't watch TV, but if I do, because sometimes I might want to watch a movie or something. So you know what I mean? Niggas like me and you, we grown men. You know what I'm saying? We handle our fucking business. So we deserve to, if you do, even if you don't never watch it, you should have the option there when you want to sit down. So, whatever, like I say, just subscribe to the couple of ones that you actually watch. So that shit'll be there when you want to fucking watch it. Doc says, I have HBO Max, Netflix, Hulu, Disney, and Amazon, but the Amazon pays for itself each month with free delivery and cheap shopping. That's what the fuck they sell y'all on that shit with. I don't agree with that. With internet, it's about $100 a month because fucking Amazon, bruh. They bundle everything, and I don't have it. And sometimes I be tripping out. Like my baby mama, Kenzie's mom, she got Amazon, and she uses that shit a lot. I think it's a package here that she ain't picked up. Anyways, she uses Amazon a lot, and the Amazon Prime, the Amazon Move. Like when I be at her house and she scrolls on her screen, the Amazon does have some good programming on their network. So I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool. That's one of the ways. I don't want to be all on the internet ordering shit off of Amazon because I feel like I'll be in the matrix, and I think that's part of what's destroying the world. Amazon, we wanting packages in fucking 24 hours and shit from around the world. I think that's why I don't want to partake in that. Not to judge anyone, but
I love it, bro. I'm not gonna
TV
lie.
shows,
It helps. If your kid comes home and be like, Dad, I need this shirt for school on Friday and it's fucking Tuesday, and you can't get it in a store anywhere, you can go on Amazon and order it, bro, and it'll be to your house in a couple of days. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. But I think that convenience is what's destroying the planet. Doc says you can bundle Hulu, Disney, ESPN for like $25 a month. So yeah, and they do have those bundle deals, and I think that's the best way to do it. I hate to sound like a fucking ad, but if you're gonna watch, you figure out which apps you want to watch, and then look for a bundle deal with those apps. And that's the best way to do it, just because everybody's gonna pay for Wi-Fi anyways. So you pay for your Wi-Fi, and then you just choose what the fuck you want to watch. You know what I'm saying? Me is YouTube. Like my YouTube, I don't know how much I paid for it, but like I can exit out the screen and be doing other shit while it's playing. I can play it on the TV. I can move it from my phone to the TV. I mean, it's totally interactive. I don't think I have it as far as movies because it'll ask me for money, I think, for each movie. Like, but you could pay, rent a movie for 2 days or whatever. That's how it is on there. Let me hear his jokes on the gas prices. This guy's funny to me.
Y'all can just set up a little monthly installment plan. Yo, what you mean in installments? I thought that's what we've been doing. 5 on 8, 2 on 6, 1 on 2. Those are installment payments right there. We've been doing this. What you mean installments? I thought that's what we came with what we can afford. This is how you know the gas prices are only getting worse. They about to get worse from here. They like, hey man, y'all can just set up a little monthly installment plan to come get your little gas because it's about to be $9 a gallon, y'all. Chevron was my first credit card ever, man. You couldn't tell me nothing in Chevron, man. Gas on me, y'all. I got the card. I maxed that mug out in 2 weeks. And then I couldn't pay the bill. My first debt. But for real, though, what they mean by installments? I thought it was installments this whole time. 3 on 6. That's an installment for your ass. Yo.
Yeah, I don't
what
get
you
it.
mean?
I don't know what he's talking about, so I'm not gonna make comments.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna tell you the funniest shit that ever came to my email, right? Because I have a Klarna and an Afterpay account. And the funniest shit that came across my email from Klarna, nigga, is that you can fucking buy gas on Klarna and pay your gas bill back in 4 bi-weekly installment payments. No bullshit, bro. Straight up on Klarna. I'm like, what the hell?
So you're gonna make his own social media platform. I would be interested. I'm a fan of Kanye, bro. I hope he does it. I wish him success.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, what's up with the stem vibe?
Let me see.
Nah, I'm saying I got my whole box at the crib already. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, what's up with the stem vibes? Nah, I'm saying I got my whole box at the crib already. You know what I'm saying?
It says they suspended my dog Kanye off Instagram. He about to make his own social media platform.
Bro, I think we should make our own fucking network, dog. Like that dude.
That's what I'm trying to do here.
That dude, Omni and the Hellcat, he made his own cable network, bro. Dude made fucking over 50-some million bucks, dude. And then the FBI came in and seized all this shit because he was stunting, you know, like trying to say he was doing some illegal shit. You know what I'm saying? Which he truly wasn't. But anyway, bro, we should start our own fucking cable network, dude.
That's what I'm trying to do
Like,
with this,
dog.
man. I want people to watch this shit like TV. That's kind of why I'll be doing the shows long too. You know, I want people to slow down and just, you know, who knows where the conversation is going to go? Who knows what we're going to talk about? You know, because like the old days, I've thought about this kind of heavy. We have so much control over what we watch, you know, when we can watch it, we can stop it, fast forward, rewind, play it back, freeze, pause, all of that shit. So, but back in the days, early TV, you had to just watch whatever was coming on. Sometimes you didn't know what show was coming on next. You're just sitting there watching, waiting to see what the hell coming on. You have a couple of stations maybe you could flip through, and you watching whatever it is that's on now. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
but even though all of the freedom that we've gotten, and I think this is human nature, it's crazy, but I've thought about this, that all that freedom, it makes us feel some kind of way. So I think people like the live shows like these because they don't have the control. You know what I'm saying? And they don't know what's gonna come next. You know what I'm saying? So it gives it gives a bit of suspense. It gives them a chance to relax. I think, you know, we're plugged into the matrix and we're always clicking, scrolling, clicking, scrolling. You know what I'm saying? Flipping back and forth between social media platforms or whatever. And, you know, so slow down and just chill out for a little bit. You know what I mean? And just like, because you don't have control. Because that's the thing, like I don't want to mention nobody, but people have these issues where they want to have so much control over everything. Like every meticulous little detail, you know, and that's why I don't answer the phone. I feel like it's an electronic leash. But the people want to have so much control and they're actually making themselves miserable. They really want to be able to, you know, but see, you have to set up programs. I try to explain this to people and teach it to them, but, you know, people don't manage people. Systems manage people. People manage systems. So you do this within your company. You do this within your job. You do this within your house. You do this within yourself, your own personal fucking way you move, your own personal you know, routines. You set up a system to manage yourself. Okay, so you set up a system to manage your family. You know what I'm saying? And that's how it works, where it looks like you're not doing a lot, but that's because you've set up this system and it's in place and it's just rolling. There's no point for you to keep, if you're running around stomping out fires, that's what we used to say as managers, then you're not doing a good job. You're supposed to be dealing with those things before they even happen and having a plan for that shit and having your shit set up where that shit don't even fucking happen because you've thought about it already.
Yeah.
Does any of that make sense?
Yeah, nah, I feel you. Makes total sense to me, bro.
Being prepared for the worst at all times.
Doc says hookers are starting to make more money siphoning gas than men. Off humor. You do not know you have to do is take a class and the local PBS station will loan rent equipment to you if you give them a plan for a viable show. I've seen that and I've dabbled in that. I dabbled in that some years ago when I was doing music. And they do have some local programs out here because there's a local network here and you can get on that show and I've seen it. But that it comes on in the middle of the night. It'll be like, because I've watched it because I was supporting the show because at one point I was going to try to like get in it or whatever. But, you know, that maybe that'll be an option at some point. But see, what I want to do is I want to build a brand so I can have something to pull to the table. Because first off, I don't want to say, I'm not going to be saying what they want me to say. I'll do ads for them. That's fine. But whatever it is, whatever, you know, and I really want to build this. I want to be able to say whatever the hell I want to say. I want to be able to get the message out that I want to get. And I don't want to be reading y'all fucking teleprompters and shit. I'm off that. So, you know, y'all gonna have to take me in my rawest form. And so if I build a brand and I can bring, you know, 2,000 subscribers with me, then maybe I have some leverage.
Yeah. That's what's up. Well, that's crazy as fuck.
What, this right here? Let me read this. Police says a man lied his way into Ramsey Elementary School in Monroeville and recorded a child in the bathroom. Brian Mitmere is now facing numerous charges, including invasion of privacy. What a fucking weirdo.
Straight weird.
Yeah, what a fucking weirdo. Yeah, I have some more stuff I want to cover, but I think I'm going to save it. I might do one more topic, but we're well into the show now, so. JT, you there?
I'm right up.
Yeah, man.
Man, bro, I went to the last week when I was at home, Friday. Went to the eye doctor. God damn, she did. See, you seen that?
Yeah. I'm not going back. I'm not gonna go back. Wait, let me listen to this chick.
Tuesday at 7:45 a.m. I'm going live. And I thought, well, why 7:45 a.m.? But I know you know what you're doing. You know your demographics better than I do. And I figured that you were going live to talk about your new life purpose. I read your caption about that because you were taking some kind of intense.
Whatever. Sometimes I'll be liking her, but she sounded like she was babbling. I'll go back to the
I went to the eye doctor, man, because I was having problems at night with lighting. It's a lot of blue light in the truck. And then LED headlights, man. I had to get some glasses with some of that shit on there. Oh, that's the old girl I went to school with, Sierra. And she out in Cali. She got a clothing line and shit now. Yeah, she thick than a motherfucker, bro.
Yeah, I've been following her since way back in the day. I've been building my Instagram. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I had to do the same thing. You see, I have these glasses on. I don't think you was on the show when I explained it. It's these lights, you know.
Yeah,
and I've been. You was on the show when I talked about it.
Yeah, and that's what made me hearing you. That was the last show I was on, actually. Hearing you talk about that is what made me go to the doctor, because what you explained were the same symptoms that I was having. So I went to the eye doctor, and they took like these pictures of my eyes. They didn't have to dilate it. I paid like an extra $30 for, and he like my eyes are good. Like my vision is perfect. He just says that what it is. They put something on there for me to like test my eye. He's like, I have very, very far sight. Like I can see very far. But the thing about it is like I'm straining my eyes, and then along with the lighting, you know, that's what's causing the headaches. Like all of the blue lighting that's in like the newer vehicles, like our trucks have all that shit because of the safety devices, cameras,
And it's
blue
shining
LED
the whole
lights.
time while you're
Yeah,
driving.
yeah, at night, and it's been fucking with me bad, bro. Like giving me weird, massive headaches and stuff. And so he gave me some glasses. It's just a single lens with
They've been
transitional lenses, blue light. It has the blue light dimming system on them.
mine has been
All
working
that
so
shit.
far. I feel better. I feel a lot better. I haven't been having those headaches. And the lights still kind of bother me a little bit. They just bright as fuck. But they don't make my head hurt and shit like before, and make my vision all blurred and shit.
Yeah, yeah,
So they've been working. So I only wear these when I do the show.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, I got those, and then he recommended that I get some sunglasses with the same shit on it. The smart lenses and all that shit. So yeah.
Let
Thank
me
God
stop.
for insurance though. I know that.
Man, I paid cash for my shit. I ain't gonna
And
lie.
that shit was $500.
I go to
But after my
Walmart
insurance, it's like
for
$570 something, and after my insurance, I only ended up paying like $3. It was like gonna be out the door like $640 something, but I
I'm
paid
not.
$376 out
Yeah,
the
I'm not
door.
gonna tell y'all all the money I spent, but I don't think I spent as much as you, but I don't know because I had to buy a bunch of contacts too, and I had to get eye exam anyways. But I don't track money like that. But I wanted to say disclaimer: I'll be talking bad about Walmart all the time, and I don't go to Walmart for nothing. But there's one thing I go to Walmart for is my my contacts, and that's where I go and get my eye exams and my glasses from. I swear to God, because the prices there are very good, and it's really convenient because you walk right out of the little eye doctor and then walk right into the other room and get your contacts and your glasses and shit. So
Yeah, I'm gonna
yeah,
have to check them out, bro. I still got that prescription, so I may take it. I thought because I only bought one. I bought one pair of glasses and one pair of sunshades. So my wife was like, "Yeah, you may want to get an extra pair of glasses just in case." So I may go to like America's Best or Walmart and see what they'll charge me for an extra
because let
pair
me
of
tell y'all,
glasses.
I've been Deuce, I've been wearing glasses my whole life. So, and I done
Yeah,
spent a lot of money on glasses, and I've had cheap glasses. I bought them from multiple different places, and they got eye exams in multiple different places. But after all these years, my best value I've come to is Walmart, and I have to give it to them because the price of the glasses and shit in there, you go to another place and you get the same shit, and the price gonna be like double.
yeah. Well, the place I went to was Vision Works. I went to Clear Lake. What was it called? Clear Lake. Clear Lake, whatever the eye place is called. But right next door was Vision Works, and that's who that doctor works with. But I went there because Vision Works. That's actually like through my company. Our eye insurance is actually through Vision Works. So that's why I went there. But yeah, man, I think I may go. And when I went in there, they didn't have no off-brand ass glass. Everything they had in there was like Ray-Ban and Michael Kors and all this expensive shit. I think the cheapest ones, I found the cheapest ones, and they were like Perry Ellis, but they were
Yeah.
still like $200.
Yeah. And when I buy glasses, I don't be on brands because I buy glasses for my kids too. They both of my daughters wear glasses.
Bro,
So,
I don't
but
care about a brand either, but that's all the fuck they had, dog. No
it
bullshit.
ends up because let me tell you the story because it ends up being the styles or whatever, the quality shit. Because Kenzie ended up with some Ray-Bans. They were kind of expensive, but she didn't know what they were. She picked them out of that's how I do with my kids. Like, you know what I'm saying? What brand it is or how much it even costs really, I want y'all to try to get what you want. And then, we went through glasses and those ended up being the ones she chose. and worked and fit her really well. And it just so happened that they were Ray-Bans. I didn't give a damn about what the fucking brand is.
Yeah, my
I could give
daughter,
two shits about the brand.
her glasses are extremely expensive, man. Because of she has astigmatism in both eyes. The one eye is not as bad, and then one eye without her glasses, it's always blurry. And I'm like, fuck, man, my baby only 12 years old, man, and got eyes like that, you know, and it's like the shit gets worse. I'm like, damn. I don't know where she get that from though. My eye's not that bad, but my wife also is fucked up too. Like that's why she doesn't like driving at night because lights.
The
Like
lights.
at nighttime, the lights, it just looks like a bunch of little. She says it looks like
That's-
a bunch of little dots.
That's me. That's me. That's the reason why I have to wear. And then even with my glasses sometimes, or even with my contacts, I still have that problem. That's one of my main problems. At nighttime, I see a bunch of lights. So that's why I be telling people, please don't walk in front of my car at nighttime because I literally might not see you, man. I swear to God, it scares the shit out of me, bro. I'm so scared I'm gonna hit somebody at night. And I can see cars because the cars have the light on it. I can see light. The other shit I can't see, bro. The light is too because it's like the light is more bigger than it should be. It's like it blares, like it's glare. There's a glare on all the lights, and so the lights blur out everything else. And so your ass walk in front of me while I'm driving, even with my damn contacts on, bro. Please don't do that. Please don't step your ass in front of my car at nighttime. Walking, I'm probably not gonna see you, bro. Please don't do it. I'm so scared.
Oh shit, dog.
I'm so scared, bro. And you know, I have these, even the contacts that I have that shit on them, the like kind of like glare protection or whatever, the glare, whatever you call it, dampening shit. So, but still, I still got a problem with that shit, even with the contacts in. And if I don't have somehow my contact fell out, or for some reason I'm driving it, I don't have my contacts in, bruh. And I drive a lot slower at nighttime because of that. I can see the other cars. I can see the road. I hit curbs a lot. Because I can't see them. I ain't gonna lie. But fucking, I hit curbs and I'll hit people if your ass get in the fucking way. But I'm not gonna hit cars because I can see them.
Making a lot of money. Now what do I do with it? Met a gentleman one time. He had a piece of paper and said, "This is $100."
Hey, can't folk. I'm finna crash, man. I'm gonna holler at your boy on this show.
Invest.
All right, bro. Thank you for coming.
All
right.
But then he had 50 left. But he said the wealthy people take half of that 50. Now you got 25, and you put that away. And this, you have fun with it. Cars, jewelry, whatever you want. So I started doing that, and then when I started going to LA, I started seeing the things that Magic Johnson was doing in the community. I was like, okay, this is what people start talking about. Then I started dabbing into it. You know, my first big purchase was 40 24-hour fitnesses. We did that, and then we did some real estate, redeveloping Newark, New Jersey. We dibbled and dabbled, got 4 or 5 restaurants in Las Vegas, did a couple local car washes, got a couple annuities. I'm making a lot of money. Now what do I do with it? Met a gentleman one time. He had a piece of paper and said, "This is $100." Rip it in half, $50. He said, "The smart people invest whatever real estate with this 50." But then he had 50 left. But he said the wealthy people take half of that 50. Now you got 25, and you put that away, and this you have fun with it. Cars, jewelry, whatever you want. So I started doing that, and then when I started going to LA, I started seeing the things that Magic Johnson was doing. I was like, okay, this is what people start talking about. Then I started dabbing into it. You know, my first big purchase was 40 24-hour fitnesses. We did that, and then we did some real estate, redeveloping Newark, New Jersey. We dibbled and dabbled.
I love it, and I'm happy for his success. And he gangster. I like the way he move and everything. But what I don't like is a lot of times they like to throw this kind of thing in people's face and say that everybody can do it, which, you know, everybody can do it. But how much seed capital did Shaq have to go into this stuff? You know what I'm saying? those
Yeah.
deals that he had in the NBA and him managing his money well with that is what gave him the opportunity to have the capital to be able to make these kinds of investments. How many niggas you know can buy 34, 24-hour fitnesses?
Yeah. Not many, bro. Not many, man. But you know, hey, it's a start, man. You know, I look at it this way. You know, you take me, you take yourself, Pat, and myself. You know what I'm saying? And we say, okay, for the next year, we're gonna save this amount of money. We're gonna put it in one pot, and we're gonna take that money and open up our first truck stop. You know what I'm saying? Our gas station or whatever. You know, I mean, we may not have the equity, we may not have the working capital that Shaq have, but just think about what that shit could grow into. Oh, let's just say, fuck that fucking gas
I'm
station.
down.
We're gonna open our first, you know, grocery store in the hood, and we're gonna make shit feasible. You know,
Yeah,
it's
but
gonna
see,
be
you're talking about massive projects. I think it would be better to start off with something smaller, like vending machines. You know,
yeah. I mean that's some vending machines is a true hustle, bro. There's so many people that my wife follows a lot, and that's what she's been telling. She's like, "Babe, I want us to invest in some vending machines."
vending machines, because
Like
you could do them on your
that's a
own,
damn good hustle, bro.
and then you got ATM machines.
Man, a wash
People
and
can
tear,
buy
bro.
them.
I follow this dude, bro, who bought a laundromat. You know what I'm saying? And bro, when he goes and collects his money at the end of the week, you know what I'm saying? He goes I think he said every Monday, just looking at how much money like the dollars and it's crazy, dog. You know, and wash and tears are still a big thing, bro, especially in Houston. You know what I'm saying? It's still a big deal, bro.
Yep.
But yeah,
I use
vending
wash and
machines are
tears,
nice, bro. Like especially if you can get your shit in some corporate
but
offices and
but I
have it
think
set up where they don't have to spend money. They can like get like set up an account through their company
yeah. So that's what I
where
was
they
gonna say
take so
though.
much money out of their check each week
Right.
just for vending machine purchases.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Fucking but the see like the Washington, that would take all you talking more stuff, like you gotta have permits to dump water and all that shit. And you know what I mean? Like those a grocery store or a gas station or the other one you said, those are all really, really complex. Really, really, really complex. So, but something like a vending machine or something like an ATM, that is more feasible, I think, that we could do as a group. Something small like that, and then you build your way up. If you get vending machines or you get ATMs or whatever, maybe you can get to the point where you start talking about, I don't know, a grocery store or something. Because it's all about the thing making money. Because if we let the thing make money and we just keep putting the money that the thing is making back into it, because that's the best way to do it. And then it just keeps growing, and then it just keeps making more money, and then it'll grow into whatever it grows into.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, vending machines are great, bro. I think about that. I think about, you know, gas stations, legit like me, really and truly, bro. I would like to buy me some commercial real estate like warehouses and because you realize how many manufacturers will pay you just to house their product, like, you know, Samsung, LG, you know, to house their expensive electronics, you know, down in your area. Like, bro, there's so much money in that shit, bro. Like, I don't know. I just always be thinking big, Chaka. I'm that type of person. I be thinking about like not how I'm gonna get there, but I think about like, you know, hey, when I start out, I'm finna build me a fucking 300,000 square foot warehouse.
Yeah, but you can have those visions, but you have to start somewhere, because just jumping in on like a Washington, I can only imagine, because like I was a manager, bro. Like I know some stuff, bro. Like and I bet you dumping the water, getting permits to do that is gonna be a fucking pain in the ass.
Well, yeah, that should be if it's inner city, that should be on. You'll have a wastewater pipeline that'll go directly to the water treatment plants. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what
Yeah.
kind of permits and what kind of licenses and what kind of fucking flaming hoops are they gonna fucking make you go through to get that shit?
I don't know.
You can't just, they ain't gonna let you just build your shit and connect it to their system.
No, I mean, when you get permits to hook, and then you have your contractors come out, and then the city, they're gonna put in the water deal, or whatever. I mean, it's not that hard. You can already buy one that's up and running, one that somebody's trying to sell.
Yeah.
It's already together.
Yeah.
Permits are already there.
Yeah, that'd be the way to
You know
go.
what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying, I'm gonna go build one from ground. I'm saying buy one that somebody's looking to get out of the business, get rid of, go in, add, update it a little bit, put some nicer machines in there, that type of shit, Yeah, man. So what's been up, bro? How was the weekend, man?
Shit, I worked. I don't know, man. I've been falling off of my classes. I'm probably about to drop 2 classes. I ain't gonna lie.
Why, man? Aren't you almost finished? Like, you're right there.
I'm really ain't there. Fucking my Spanish, bro. I can't fucking pass this shit. Can't get my degree without it. Struggling. They don't just hand them hoes out, bro. People be saying they hand the degrees out. They don't hand them hoes out. They do not hand them out. That's not how it works. At least that's not how it worked for me. Maybe there's somebody out there who got handed a
What
degree.
you gotta do to pass that motherfucker? Pass a exam or some shit?
You gotta pass a certain amount of it. It's they want you to be proficient in a foreign language. Damn, it looked like that nigga purposely hit that cop. Why was he in the street anyways? Let me run this back.
Yeah, he was probably trying to catch people speeding. That's how they do in Louisiana, bro.
They go
Them
out in the
cops out there
street
are
to catch people for speeding?
Man, them Louisiana police, bro, them motherfuckers are ridiculous, dog.
Yeah, that dude hit him on purpose. That's what that looked like. And so maybe he had the little gun, right? He was trying to see how fast he was going. So he got out in the road, I guess, to tell him to pull over. And the dude was like, fuck that, I'm gonna just hit your ass. Why would you? Why? He had to go all the way out. It looked like he went all the way off the road to hit him. That's fucked up. Let me just look at it one more time.
I don't know. When people post videos like that, they need to post what's happening. Sometimes looking at that shit will give you the wrong image, and you're like, oh, look at that. That motherfucker was trying to kill a police officer.
Shit, that's what it looked like in that video. Well, I'm sure they're gonna go get his ass if they got a video like that. Yeah, you're not gonna. But that's why I think that the high speed chases, a lot of them we shouldn't do, because with all the technology that we have, we could just let them go. Just let them go. We go pick them up at their house, or we go pick them up wherever they stop at. That way it'll be safer. How many wrecks happens? How many cops die in wrecks chasing after people? How many innocent bystanders die in wrecks with the cops chasing after people? How many times do the people running away from the cops die in wrecks? You know, innocent bystanders, pedestrians. It's just reckless. It's just like how when they was in the mall and they were shooting at some dude and they ended up shooting the chick that was just putting on clothes in the mall, changing clothes, and she got hit with a stray. That's just them being reckless. The way they go at it. Yeah, she's cute. I always was a fan of Jada Pinkett, and she's growing up and she's starting to look like her, like a upgraded version, kind of punk rock version.
Yeah, man. Oh, man.
Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m.
Yeah, I still got a few hours left. I can roll. I'm actually at my last delivery up here in Ochaleta, Oklahoma, right here outside of Tulsa.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Weather was
Yeah, I'm
so
about.
beautiful. I went to the park the other day. I was
Yeah, it
gonna go
has been
today.
beautiful.
Damn, that bitch just jumped out that car. That bitch caught fire. I'm going fishing soon. JT has already done jumped off the thing, but I'm going fishing soon. The weather's starting to look really nice, so I'm about to plan a fishing trip.
Yeah.
Very, very, very soon.
What it said? If your girl breaks up with you, what?
At a Bad Bunny concert. Who knows? I know it's a TikTok. So if
know
you're,
who the fuck Bad Bunny is, but okay.
you don't know who Bad Bunny is?
Nah,
Ew.
bro. I probably sound real stupid right now, but nah.
Jussie Smollett has been released from jail, y'all. I saw that earlier too. I didn't know it was true. So this is the second thing I've seen of it. So damn. So really like what you. How long did he pay? 24 hours?
Jesse, anything you want to say for yourself? Jesse, anything you want to say for yourself?
How the hell did he get out? Was he does him getting out mean he was telling the truth, or did him getting out mean that's just the favoritism of being a part of the elite or whatever, or having the money for having money and having fame? It says Jussie Smollett has been released from jail pending his appeal. Okay. So still, how many niggas get to go home pending their appeal? That's not how it works ever. Jussie has walked out of the county jail Wednesday evening, surrounded by family and security. He did not comment on as he got in his SUV. Let's read some comments. Maybe it'll clear it up. It says, why does this have so much coverage? All the niggas out here doing dope shit for the people and community. Makes no sense. Let that fool go on with his foolery. I agree with that comment. Why is it getting? Why? That's what I always ask. Why is this a story? Let me see. Cookie did 20 years. Jamal did 20 minutes. Yo, nah, this has to be a part of the TV show. This can't be real. Not him walking like CJ on GTA. Okay, hold on. Road did 5 minutes and 32 seconds of his time. He said, well, that was a grand exit. The way people moving like this man is doing life is hilarious. He'll be all right. He walking out like he just did some time. He walking like he did 25 to life. The privilege these celebrities get. Just reading comments, y'all. This too dramatic to be for my blood. He think he Tupac for real now. Black privilege, love it. That boy walked out like he did a real bid. Nah, I'm just playing. Jesse free. Luscious still out here pulling strings. It does seem like a damn reality TV show, doesn't it? That's playing out on through the media.
Yeah,
like they just like the Truman Show, and it's like they just fucking with us.
That shit crazy, bro.
Let me read the comments. I'm behind. He says ATMs a nightmare in permits and security. Vending machines can work, but finding places to put them up is getting harder. Washington is not too hard, but notice it's mostly foreigners. It's not industry waste, so it's normal sewage. Wash interiors are watched closely by the IRS. Easy way to launder money. I don't want the feds looking at me. Elliot say, peace to the gods. What's good? I'm late, but I had to stop through. Thank you for being here, brother. How long ago did you post that? Oh, it's only been like 5 minutes. Hope you're still here.
Man, the feds watching everybody. Fuck
Yeah. Yeah, we all getting recorded by our phones and our damn TV screens. I mean, and our computer
You want to
screens.
step in pocket and get it back right, or you
They probably can play back that shit in real time whenever they want
got
to.
women who are being raised by women who are forced to do these things, and it's a trickle down effect. And we get offended when we're required to step in and handle our business how we're supposed to have to. But you got to think the women that we're getting, they're just a reflection of the shit that we fucked up 4 generations ago. You see what I'm saying? So you either want to step in pocket and get it back right, or you cool with what's going on.
Yeah, so generational.
You got women who
trauma.
are being raised by women who are forced to do these things, and it's a
So-
trickle down effect.
And we was touched on this in the show yesterday. And then, sexual abuse and other kinds of abuse and poverty being these generational curses that get passed down generation to generation. And then the idea is we try to be, we're angry at our parents, because I have been, and I still hold on to it. It's hard for me to let go. But then we think about the fact that our parents was raised by parents who was broken, raised by other parents who was broken, or whatever. And it's like the cycle continues. You get what I'm saying? As far as they got messed up by their parents, and their parents got messed up by their parents, and their parents got messed up by their parents. So then they messed you up. And it's like they didn't know what they was doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I feel you.
We have to find a compassion for them, just to know that, like you're a parent now, Deuce. So, and I know you enough to know that you probably be thinking about all the different outcomes that could come from the words that you say and the rules or whatever you tell your kids or your wife, especially your kids, about how you feel about this, that, and the other. Before you even said that shit, you already thought about all the different implications and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, definitely.
yeah, because you're concerned with that. You know it's gonna have what you tell them is gonna have unintended, repercussions, if you will. So what I'm saying is, you're super critical because you want to do a good job, and then you're sensitive about the whole thing because of your background. So what I'm saying is, we pass down these generational curses. And it's really difficult to break them, because even we'll overcompensate and still fuck up our kids.
Yeah. 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 I mean, you have to, my thing, I feel like there's right and wrong ways to do shit. You still have to be stern. You still have to be a disciplinary. You got to discipline when it's necessary. You got to know how far to go. And, I mean, it's no rule book, man. But, I definitely, it's like I say, bro, I'll be honest with you. I mean, my kids, I think my daughter maybe have gotten two spankings in her lifetime. My son maybe a little more because, I may not be at home. He may test mama a little bit, but they don't really get whoopings, bro. It's just really just talking to them, man, and just letting them know, the shit that they have, the explaining to them the impact of what they did has, and that type of shit right there just kind of, I think, gets to them, like me having that conversation with them. gets to them a lot more. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what I
Like
think.
they'll start crying. I'm so sorry. I apologize. It won't happen again. And when they say it won't happen again, it don't happen again, bro. Like, that's like their biggest thing is just not like, wanting to disappoint, I guess, if you will.
Yeah, I think that the words are what get them.
Yeah.
You know, if you be real, if you be 100% real with them, that's the ones, and that it gets them way better than, and then they remember that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
China went back into a lockdown, y'all, and I one of my videos got a recent fucking strike, and they deleted it talking about medical misinformation. And I was keep on thinking that this damn thing is over. Apparently it's not. China is going back on lockdown. Let me show y'all this.
Man, I think that shit bullshit.
Fofos, I'm tipping. Wood grain, I'm gripping.
50 million people have re-entered lockdown in China amidst a new influx of COVID cases. That's them locked up in their rooms. Damn, music in this is gonna get me. Why did they blur that? They're not saying nothing. They're clearly washing the streets and shit. So like, look, there's no traffic. So literally, like when they say lockdown, they say lockdown, bitch. I saw somebody on a bike. Scooter.
Man, that's crazy, bro. Like, you didn't see them do none of that shit here in the U.S. Nigga, they wasn't spraying shit in the air. They wasn't washing no roads and sidewalks. They ain't do none of that shit.
That's why China is ahead of the U.S. in a lot of ways. And when the shit broke out over there, they clamped that shit down right away. They're not playing the radio. They're not playing. And when they say everybody, because you see it ain't no traffic. When they say lockdown, everybody go in the house, that's what they fucking mean that shit. I don't think you can really successfully pull that out here in the U.S. You could tell everybody to go in the house. There's going to be a whole bunch of niggas in the streets.
Is that a two-headed cow?
Yeah, this shit is...
4 years. Okay, I got something that I know you've probably never seen, but it's kind of crazy, and sadly we're going to have to put it down. But look at this. This right here, whoa, buddy, is a two-headed conjointed calf. Still alive. It's got 4 ears. Okay, I got something that I know...
Damn, man.
That's crazy.
What the fuck modifying? What in the genetically modified bullshit is this? I know stuff like that happens in nature, but they be doing a lot of fucking genetic. Y'all be talking about the fruits and vegetables. Y'all better know that you got food. The meat, the animals is being GMO'd too.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, you know that.
I think a lot of people don't be knowing. That's pretty gross, man. I don't want to look at this shit.
This
These
motherfucker
niggas
got a kangaroo.
Niggas got a kangaroo in the car. That's funny. It's like...
We ain't going out like that. We ain't going out like that.
They're like, say something, nigga. Say something. I'm riding with y'all. Yeah, say something. Say something. What, you got a problem? Got a problem with me sitting here? Got a problem with me sitting right here? Got a problem with me sitting in the seat? Say something. Say something.
Yeah.
Damn kangaroo will kick your ass.
Yeah, man. Hey, it's a dude. I used to follow him on Instagram or TikTok. It's on one of them. But his kangaroo, he got a pet kangaroo look just like that, bro. And they be fighting each other, boxing, literally.
Let me see if I'm missing any comments. No. Are y'all there? Am I putting y'all to sleep? We talked about a lot of stuff today. I was gonna try to go into the racial stuff, but I think I'm gonna save it.
What he said? Restart that over.
It's too fucking low. I can't turn it up. I can read it for y'all. I can't turn it up.
Nah, I was just trying to see if you started over from the beginning.
Okay. Like I say, they keep on interviewing this guy. As the leader of my nation, I'm addressing the president, Biden. You are the leader of the nation of your great nation. I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Slave Ukraine.
What the fuck?
It sounded like it hurt him to say that. Look at his facial expression. Like, this what they wrote? Like, I'm supposed to say this? It looked like
He
it
ain't
hurt.
got no
it hurt.
choice because he know he gonna be killed.
Yeah. And I was playing a video about that. That's a real thing.
That shit look like it's painted on her. God.
That's a real thing, bro. That's a real thing. The people have him in his pocket, and his life really is on the line. It was some people in his political party there in Ukraine who wanted to talk about talking to the Russians, and when he came back from talking to the Russians, they killed him, and it was the civilians who killed him. But what people got to understand, it's like the KKK. Oh, that's what I'll play to wrap this up. It's like the KKK. So it's like unofficial, official, official, unofficial. Like it always be regular people who do it, but then the fucking powers that be don't never punish those people who do it. So it's like condoning their behavior after the fact by not, following up and holding them accountable for the actions. So, and that's what happens over here in the United States a lot of times, and then they pretend that it's just like, okay, it's this fringe guy, he's crazy or whatever, and he does some fucked up shit, but then y'all don't hold him accountable. So then y'all giving a go for all the other little kids that's watching it, and they want to do some horrible shit too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go into the this is gonna be my last one. We're over 4 hours. I guess it's best to save the racial shit for the ends of the video because it always gets really sensitive. Let me see. What did I say I was gonna play? What was it? Oh, it has to do with oh, I know what it is. It has to do with the that movie Rebirth, Birth of a Nation. And I almost called that the title of the show today because I knew I wanted to talk about it, but I figured that might not be a good idea. Why is it not showing up? Oh wait, here we go. Let me see. Where the fuck is it? Y'all give me a second. Technical difficulties. Maybe I watched it on my other they be doing this shit though, because I think certain videos they hide them. The ones that be controversial, even after I watch them, sometimes they don't be in my history. Yeah. And I rely on my history because I watch way too many videos and sometimes it's hard to distinguish one from the other when you're doing your searches. So once I find them, the right ones, I like to, I use my fucking history to go back and I'll just type it in. Why the fuck it ain't showing up in my history? This is pissing me off. See, look, it's in my history of my search. It's my search history, but it's not in my. Okay, let me see. Is this it? Is this
Hey,
it?
I'm not checking out. I'm just finna mute you real quick. I gotta blow this pressure off the tank real quick.
Okay. Fuck, this is not it. Where is the fucking video, bro? Why you shouldn't watch The Birth of a Nation and why you should. Birth of a Nation 2016. What is The Birth of a Nation? Birth of a Nation 1915. Jack Tucker. Is this the one? I don't think this is it.
Even though the release of D.W. Griffith's D.W. Griffith in its own way becomes a part of history. Even though the release of D.W. Griffith's The Birth of a Nation in 1915 was not the first time that audiences got together in a movie theater, it was the first time that they saw such an epic masterpiece. With a complex story and innovative visuals spanning over 3 hours, this movie has become known as a central building block of long-form film itself. It was the movie that showed the world about the potential of cinema. However, because of the film's vitriolic and inexcusable racism, its release brought nearly as much controversy as its success. There's a lot to say about The Birth of a Nation, but it's hard to say anything about it unless you're familiar with its content. The film's first act features a unglamorous depiction of the Civil War from the perspectives of a northern family and a southern family, but the second act of the film, which focuses on Reconstruction, is the real source of controversy. In Piedmont, South Carolina, newly freed slaves are shown celebrating instead of doing their jobs, living off government handouts.
I'm back.
Back?
Yeah, I'm back, bro.
Reconstruction is.
You ever heard of the movie Rebirth of a Nation? Birth of a Nation?
Republican Congressman.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Is thrilled.
And then they made a
After
black
men are
movie.
elected
They
to
made
the
a
House of
remake of it.
Representatives, they're shown taking their shoes off,
2012, I think.
eating fried chicken before ruling that all white people must salute black soldiers on the
But
street.
this is
and
talking
legalize
about the
interracial
original one.
marriage as they cheer at the idea of marrying a white woman. One day, a former Confederate soldier named Ben Cameron, who is in agony over the ruination of his people, sees some kids being scared away from one of their friends underneath a tarp, and he gets an idea for the Ku Klux Klan, the organization that saved the South from the anarchy of black rule. After a small group of Klansmen attack a black barn burner, many more members join, and Stoneman is infuriated, vowing to crush the white South under the heel of the black South before forcing his daughter Elsie, Ben Cameron's fiancée, to break off her engagement to him. After a black man named Gus proposes to Elsie, she says no, and he chases her off a cliff. She is seriously injured, prompting an angry Ben Cameron and the Klan to execute Gus and leave him on the front steps of the half-black Lieutenant Governor Lynch. Lynch sends a black militia to search all the houses in Piedmont and kill anyone with Klan paraphernalia before Ben's father is taken. Elsie goes to Lynch to plead for his father's safety, but Lynch drunkenly proposes to make her the queen of his new black empire. Austin Stoneman does not approve of Lynch marrying her, but is tied up at gunpoint, forced to watch their wedding. Meanwhile, Ben and the Klan win an epic battle against Lynch's militia to take back Piedmont before Ben storms in to save Elsie at the last minute. White people rejoice, while black people run home in fear, and during the next election they are physically intimidated by the Klan into staying home, and the film ends with Margaret Cameron marrying Phil Stoneman and Elsie Stoneman marrying Ben Cameron, followed by the title card, "Dare we dream of a golden day when the bestial war shall rule no more, but instead the gentle prince in the hall of brotherly love in the city of peace." as Jesus Christ makes an appearance to preside over the wedding reception.
Yeah, Jesus Christ
Now,
was even
that is
there.
a horrifying amount of racism and historical inaccuracy, and certainly such an offensive propagandistic piece of art like this would be left in the past if it wasn't so hugely influential and frustratingly well made. The Birth of a Nation has a visual and narrative scope that is impressive by today's standards, and the list of innovations that it brought to the screen is astounding. There's the colorization of film to fit the mood of the scene, close-ups, fades, film masks to create non-rectangular images, panoramic long shots, tracking shots, complex staging, and multiple angles. There's Joseph Carl Briel's 3-hour-long score that blended original pieces with existing works and new arrangements of old melodies, not to mention character themes and what's commonly known as the first theme song from a movie. There's the innovative storytelling that dramatized historical events alongside fiction and built the film's plot to an exciting climax. The whole thing is a technical marvel with a singular vision from its director, producer, editor, and screenwriter, D.W. Griffith. There was no second unit or assistant directors, and the entire film was shot without a script or written notes. Even though it was shot over 4 months, only one shot in the film took more than one take. Though the original budget was only around $40,000 or just under $1 million in today's money, Griffith spent over $110,000 or almost $2.5 million over the entire production.
Where the hell did they get all that
His
money?
passion was that strong, and his vision for the film was so singular, it's worth looking at where they may come from. David Wirt Griffith was born in 1875, just 10 years after the American Civil War, to Jacob Griffith, a former Confederate colonel just outside of Louisville, Kentucky. He grew up hearing his dad's imaginative war stories and receiving all of his education at home because his family was poor. He began his career as a playwright and an actor before directing his first film for a studio called Biograph in 1908. He must have liked directing because he continued to direct 48 more shorts that year and 400 over the next 5 years. All of these films were one-reels, roughly 12 minutes long. It's often said that The Birth of a Nation is the first American full-length film, which is entirely false. It wasn't even Griffith's first full-length movie. However, The Birth of a Nation was the first American 12-reel film, making it a far more epic affair than other feature films, which were averaging around 4 to 6 reels. But before he could produce such a big project, he left Biograph for a studio called Mutual Films that would allow him to make what would become Birth of a Nation. It's worth noting that there were two major outside influences on the film. The first being New South revisionism, a turn-of-the-century academic repainting of the Civil War as the War of Northern Aggression and Reconstruction as a Northern angry failure. It's common knowledge now that there's a lot that New South revisionism got wrong, considering Reconstruction was not punitive and the North did not start the war, but it was an extremely popular idea. So popular, in fact, that Woodrow Wilson, sitting president and former historian and president of Princeton University, was a leading academic of revisionism and is even quoted as a scholarly source in the film, defending the notion that the goal of Congress during Reconstruction was to put the white South below the black South and that the KKK was a force for good. The other major influence was The Klansman, a historical romance of the Ku Klux Klan, a 1905 novel by Thomas Dixon Jr. It rode the same revisionist wave and was specifically designed to tell Northerners to maintain racial segregation on behalf of the South. Despite being controversial, it was adapted into a play the same year as its release, and it drew record-breaking crowds in states like South Carolina and Virginia. The vast majority of people who heard about The Klansman actually heard about the play, not the book, and while Griffith's adaptation was not entirely direct, it was just as inaccurate and grotesque as the source material. While the racism of the film is unquestionable, to ask, was D.W. Griffith a racist, would have to be answered as yes. But, as his biographer Richard Schickel points out, he was less of a staid racist and more of a careless thinker who fell hard. He was rarely, if ever, politically vocal, but his
Yeah, he
films
just
copied what
probably
he
just
heard.
did what worked. He knew what would work.
Racist cartoons of the era because he
Yeah.
felt that he was presenting the simple facts of history. He took false ideas at face value and chose stories because of their potential to thrill audiences. In fact, just 4 years after Birth of a Nation, he directed Broken Blossoms, an interracial love story about a Chinese man and a white woman, proving that pretty much whatever ideology he put on screen was malleable to whatever he was reading or hearing about from others. But no matter his personal ideology, the film that he unveiled to the public had a massive impact.
To say the least,
After
bro.
receiving rave reviews at its Los Angeles premiere in February of 1915, The Klansman, not yet titled The Birth of a Nation, began a roadshow tour.
It was
that brought
first
the film
called
to
The
huge audiences
Klansman.
nationwide, but not without making a lot of enemies. The most formidable adversary to the film was the NAACP, which was formed only 6 years before the film was released, but already claimed roughly 50 branches and 6,000 members nationwide. The Los Angeles branch was made aware of the film immediately after its premiere, and the organization as a whole, disgusted by the film's lionizing of the KKK and misrepresentation of black men and women, slavery, and basic history, were already taking firm action by the time the film reached New York in March. They protested outside of theaters, they mounted a public education campaign to expose the film's historical inaccuracies, and they called for censorship and bans on the film as well. Some screenings did censor some of the film's more extreme scenes, but almost no film review boards were willing to ban the film entirely. Outside of the NAACP, prominent figures like Jane Addams and
'Cause it
Booker
make
T.
money.
Washington were publicly outspoken against the film. However, as it spread nationwide, riots would break out in and outside of theaters, but even though it drew extreme controversy, it drew even more extreme success.
Making money, making money, making money.
Exact records were never kept, but it's likely that it was the highest grossing film to date and retained that title until the release of Gone with the Wind in 1939. It played New York City for 44 weeks, and ticket prices topped off around $2.20 or over $50 today. Critics were amazed and audiences were captivated. Anecdotally, in the scene where Gus chases Elsie off a cliff, one audience member was so moved that he took out his handgun and fired repeatedly at the screen in order to help her. The film was screened for all 9 Supreme Court justices, many members of Congress, and it was the first movie to be screened at the White House, giving both Birth of a Nation and cinema as an art form a lot of legitimacy in the public eye. The quote, "It is like history written with lightning, and my only regret is that it is also terribly true," is often attributed to Woodrow Wilson, but it was more likely from Thomas Dixon Jr., the author of The Klansman and an old friend of Wilson's who arranged the screening and loved the movie. You'd think that this level of success would thrill Griffith, but he was mainly caught up with his critics. Again, he thought he was presenting history in his work, so when people were publicly upset with him, he became an ardent opponent of censorship,
Bro, that's
going
not history.
so far as to add a title card to the beginning of the film, asking for the same liberty that is conceded to the art of the written word, that art to which we owe the Bible and the works of Shakespeare.
Get off your
In
high
fact,
horse.
He was so upset by what he perceived as people being intolerant to him that he pooled most of the profits from the film into producing and releasing a film called Intolerance to criticize prejudice the following year. However, it was a box office failure, and while he continued to direct movies about the American Revolution and Abraham Lincoln, none of his other films ever reached the heights of Birth of a Nation. While it definitely boasts a lot of revolutionary technical innovations, its legacy has far deeper roots than just how movies are made.
Yeah.
Todd Boyd, a professor at the USC School for Cinematic Arts, even submits that this film, the foundation of modern Hollywood, being based in extreme success despite complete disregard for racial politics and historical accuracy, is a key reason why cinematic
And what the
representation of
impact it
minorities and
has.
perspectives from which their stories are told in film is still an issue today. However, there was a far darker
And the
more
impact it has
immediate
on
consequence
people.
of the film's release, the rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan.
The culture.
In 1871, Congress passed the Ku Klux Klan Act to address the group's persistent violence by making hate crimes a federal offense. Even though Republicans lost a lot of their hold in the South because of Klan violence, the original KKK was dissolved in the 1870s until it was revived by William Joseph Simmons in Atlanta, Georgia, just months after the release of Birth of a Nation, and historians agree that the movie played no small part in that. In fact, the first time that the Klan ever burned a cross was in the movie. The real-life Klan is adopted because they liked Griffith's imagery, and they went on to even use
The
the film
Klan
in recruitment for
copied
decades.
the movie.
However, when the Klan was reborn, its agenda reflected current anti-immigrant, anti-Catholic, prohibitionist, and anti-Semitic fears, in addition
like-
to the white supremacist agenda
it's like-
that it held in the 1800s.
It's like the
Membership
movie
skyrocketed
created.
into the 20s, rising to as high as 6 million
Yeah.
in 1925,
The
roughly
Klan.
5% of the U.S. population. The Klan was active in nearly every state and had millions of members, some of whom held prominent government and religious roles. The rebirth of the Klan that this film triggered would last for nearly 30 years, inciting horrific violence and promoting grotesque ideology throughout the country as a whole. With the amount of controversy over the historical accuracy of the film, it's worth taking a closer look at what the Birth of a Nation misrepresented. To his credit, Griffith's depiction of President Lincoln in the film's first act was fairly accurate. Just as the movie suggests, he was never a warmonger. He had a fairly hands-off approach to Reconstruction, and his death was seen, especially by Southerners, as a great tragedy, in part because they knew his absence would give way to new and different political ideologies. In line with the revisionist wave, the film inaccurately suggests that the North was responsible for the war, and it's almost entirely built on the idea that Reconstruction was designed to be punitive against the South. However, the film's most fundamental problems are its depiction of African Americans and the Klan. In the film's first act, slavery isn't presented as violent or oppressive. Slaves are shown dancing and being friendly with their owners, and white people are even depicted as being helpers to newly freed slaves during Reconstruction before the Republican intervention. Later, the movie especially perpetuates the stereotype of black men being rapacious towards white women through characters like Gus and Lynch, even though the historical precedent was for higher levels of sexual violence committed by white men against black women. Not only that, but contrary to the film's depiction of powerful black men physically intimidating white citizens, the actual precedent for racial violence as a whole during Reconstruction was white people attacking black people. Black Americans actively took up the opportunities and responsibilities of citizenship, and while it is true that 700 black men were elected into public office during Reconstruction and 1,300 held government jobs, their civic duties were never mutually exclusive to those of white Americans, and scenes like the one in House of Representatives are lifted straight out of racist cartoons, not the actions of the real men and women who held those positions. Even still, this was not the age of flourishing for all black Americans. Many newly freed slaves lived in desperate rural poverty for decades, even after Reconstruction, standing in stark
Because
juxtaposition
Reconstruction
to those
didn't
that
work
people
at
who
all.
lived comfortably, predominantly off government handouts.
Wow.
Even though Congress passed the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to provide rights to black Americans, states were able to pass black codes to ensure a status quo of white supremacy by restricting civic opportunities, the right to own or carry weapons, and even sometimes the right to rent and lease land. One of the main reasons why the film leans so heavily and offensively into inaccurate stereotypes about black people is because there are practically no black performers in the film. Because all the black characters are white actors in blackface, their performances are caricatures, white ideas of what blackness was or seemed like.
And this
Meanwhile,
sets
the
up
film's presentation of
our
KKK
modern
is
society
similarly
today.
flawed. The Klan wasn't formed as a retaliation against black men chasing white Southerners' fiancés and
That's
burning
why.
their
That's
houses
the
down
importance of this
as a means
fucking.
by which to
And in the
restrict
name of
the
it,
growing
birth of a
freedoms black
nation.
Americans and to undermine Republican influence in the South however they could. Undoubtedly, this meant over 3,500 lynchings across the South, but it also meant killing Republican candidates and white carpetbaggers and destroying black churches and schools established by the Freedmen's Bureau. Not only is the reason for their existence misrepresented, but contrary to the film's depiction, there were a vigilante terrorist group that didn't engage in mass military action, but audiences seeing the Klan as such a powerful and honorable savior of their community was powerful enough to trigger the rebirth of the Klan itself. The Birth of a Nation did so much to revolutionize film. It gave way to new methods of filmmaking and structures of storytelling while expanding the scope of what could be put on the screen to new heights.
Anyways, comments. You got comments?
Bro, that shit is crazy, bro. And you look at his film's depiction and everything, and that shit pretty much, it just speaks on to today. Like it's
That's what my
repetitive.
point.
It's gotten a little bit better, but it's repetitive, and they're still blatant with the bullshit.
It's like exactly
They
the
have
same
no
playbook.
yeah,
It's the same
no shame.
playbook.
It's the same narrative, and they keep pushing it. They get a little bit better with lying to you and making you think, but at the end of the day, bro, it's the same shit. Same fucking thing, bro.
That's the reason why I'm playing this. And I'm going to tomorrow I'm gonna play some history stuff. Because I want to tie all this shit together with what's happening in Ukraine. And the history with the United States. You know? And you know, these global events are all connected. You know, they're always connected. You know what I'm saying? And that movie, Birth of a Nation, was like a turning point in United States history.
Yeah.
And a jump off, like a platform, a blueprint, if you will.
Yeah. I got you. Hey, did you go live yesterday on Tuesday? Or is this the first day?
Yeah, this is the first day. I don't never go live on Tuesday. I did post some videos on the new channel. I'm trying to build that channel up. It doesn't have any content, so I stayed up all night the other night chopping up videos. I released a whole bunch of anchors, and I released a couple of YouTube videos. But I did a whole bunch of anchors. I probably did 8 of them hoes. I stayed up all night doing that shit. Y'all, that shit is not fun, bro. It's work like a motherfucker sitting in there and editing them videos. And the thing is, because they're blocking me on my main page on YouTube, so I'm really not getting the views that I normally get. And well, the good part of that is that the people on my main page are not seeing any of this shit. So when I make chops of this, it'll be new to them. So I mean, I'm just trying to look at the good side of it, but it's not getting these lives aren't getting no views. So whenever I make the chops of these lives, it'll be new material to the other page, and I still can't upload there. I still have 2 days left till I can upload there. I think it's Saturday. I think it's either Saturday or Sunday. I'm not sure. One of those days I'll be able to upload on my main page, and actually I could go live, but I'm not going to go live because I'm not going to go live on that page for a good amount of time because they got their eye on that page, and I put a lot of work in that page, and I'm not going live there. So I'm just going to be doing world premiere, instant premiere. I'm going to do instant premiere videos on that channel, and it'll be clips from the lives that we've done here because they can't see this shit.
Yeah.
But I think it'll be good because I get to edit them. I get to put little transitions and clips and stuff. I make them interesting. So yeah, y'all, if y'all appreciate it, if y'all give me a like, share, subscribe, whenever y'all whenever y'all come into the chat, just give me a like. And I was gonna say, go back and check out the clip videos. And I have the new channel, King Chuck ENT Do, on YouTube, DEUX. And there's clips on there that's not anywhere else right now, other than the lives. So if you haven't been able to see the lives, some of those clips that's on there you haven't seen. So, and that's how it's going to be on the on the old page though, because I'm going to be giving all the lives to the new page. That's where I'm at now, King Chuck ENT Do. And then I'm just going to be only putting clips on the main page. That's just how it's going to be.
I got you. Yeah, man. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm about to. It's crazy, man. I got through that whole little segment right there. I just finished up. And
So you wrapping it up now. You get to
yeah,
start
this
heading
delivery.
back.
Yeah, I get to start heading back, bro. Ooh, I gotta hurry up too. Hey, man, I'm gonna jump my butt out of here because I gotta blow this tank pressure down, and it's gonna get loud as heck.
Yeah, and I think I'm gonna wrap it. We're over 4 hours.
Okay. Well, man, I'll definitely be in here tomorrow night, bro. So but yeah, man, we get off of here so I can get down the road a little ways.
All right, man. We're gonna talk about history, spirituality, and connect all this shit with Ukraine.
Okay, bet.
And you know, even the racial part of it. All right, man.
Okay.
Peace and love.
Hey, same here, bro. Peace and love, man.
Yeah, be safe.
Oh yeah, will do.
All right, man.
All right, later.
Anti-war. Oh yeah, this is good. Did I play? I hope I didn't play this in the other video. I couldn't have played it in the other video because if I did, no, because I haven't been on since Saturday. This came out after that. I really hope I didn't play this already. Y'all let me know if I fucking playing shit that I fucking played before.
Live Russian newscast to protest Putin's invasion of Ukraine. So I'm going to play this video. I'm going to discuss how this happened, who this is, what she's likely facing now because of it, and just, you know, as somebody that used to work in broadcast news, maybe a little insight into why this happened or how this happened, because this is not common, obviously. So let me play this for you and discuss a little more about it.
Российский премьер подчеркнул, надо усилить сотрудничество в рамках союзного государства, а на совещании в правительстве обсуждали, как сохранить доступность лекарств.
All right. That is not something you see every day. A protest during a live newscast in a closed door setting. They're not out on location somewhere like, you know, when CNN goes out to a debate where there's people in the background holding signs. This is at their studio. There's a protest there, which goes to clearly what this person's role is or who they work for. As we'll get to, yes, she worked for the station. You're not going to have some random person. As I said, I used to work in broadcast.
We'll
but
be
also
on by
in
11
broadcast
tomorrow,
know this.
probably before
they have
that.
security.
No later
Not
than
any
11
random
p.m.
person can come up, off the street, barge onto a set, and protest a war like this. So this is someone who worked for the station. Adding even we can't downplay the courage needed here. She is putting her job on the line. She's putting herself on the line, potentially her family on the line, for going out there and protesting this war, this invasion, publicly on air when Russia has already shut down every independent news station because of their criticisms of this invasion. And I'll get to more on that in a minute here. But first, more on who this person is, as I already told you, but I'll get to her name and what she may be facing because of this, and also what her sign said, what she was chanting. So let's start with that. This from Kevin Rothrock, who is a Russian journalist, writing here apparently, or I'll just go to what he says here about the sign. So the news broadcast, so with the sign that said, "Stop the war, don't believe propaganda, they're lying to you here," which is it's incredible. As she's talking, she's saying, "They're lying to you here." And then, so she was chanting, "No to war, stop the war." Amazing. Now, so this person, more on that. The girl who came into frame during the live broadcast of the program on Channel 1 with an anti-war poster is Marina Ovsinakova. There you go. I almost got it. An employee of the channel. After appearing on the air, the girl was detained. Now she is the police department. Her friends report this. And more here. This is from the actual news station. So again, this is a Russian state-owned news agency. The translation here saying an internal check is being carried out on Channel 1 in connection with an incident with an outsider in the frame during a live broadcast. The girl who broke into the studio of the program is facing an administrative case, a source said. So they're saying she broke in. I'm not sure if they're trying to protect the reputation of the news network or maybe protect her in some way, or maybe they're just saying, hey, she wasn't supposed to be working that day, and maybe she broke in with her key card and got in there. But it's, again, someone that worked for the station. She didn't really, break in technically. But an administrative case, this essentially means, I'll get to more on this in a second, but essentially means a misdemeanor. So maybe a few days in jail. It's unlikely she'll face, the full 15 years that you can possibly get for protesting. But I guess that's still possible. So more here from Kevin. For those saying this demonstrator will automatically get 15 years in prison, I believe that prison only becomes a punishment for war disinfo with repeat offenses. So for that to be in play, she'd need a previous conviction, or they'd need to charge her with 2 crimes here, which they still may. So, it's not out of the question to think that she could possibly get 15 years for doing this, which is just, any time at all is completely insane. But God, 15 years is just, again, the courage here is, I can't even imagine it. And which also goes to say it to another point about even Russians living around the globe, like athletes, celebrities. It's important that we shouldn't expect them to come out and protest this war. I know there's calls for certain celebrities or athletes to come out against Putin's invasion here, but understand that them doing that potentially puts their families back at home at risk. So you have to think to yourself, is that, would you risk that if you were in that position? I don't know. I don't think I would, to be honest. I'm not going to risk my family's life back in Russia, if I had family in Russia, risk their lives because of me, just for my voice to come out against an invasion, which, let's say one athlete or one celebrity, is that really going to have that much of an impact on the invasion? Probably not.
It could.
So, I think a lot of celebrities and athletes are weighing that, right? They're thinking, is it really worth me coming out publicly and potentially putting, not just my life, but my family's life at risk for doing so? In most cases, it doesn't seem like a smart thing to do. But a little more here on, just to end on how Russia has simply, ended independent media since the beginning of this invasion. So this from the beginning of the month from Deadline here.
Definitely been
TV
doing
Rain,
that.
Russia's last independent TV channel, airs symbolic protest on final broadcast. So before I even get to the breakdown on this, they were charged with I think I have it here. So Russia's telecommunications regulator announced it was banning TV Rain, accusing it of inciting protests and disrupting the public for simply being critical of the invasion and critical of the Kremlin in general. But more here on that. So TV Rain, a youth-focused Russian TV station, often critical of the Kremlin, was shut down by state authorities on Thursday, but its staff got in one last full newscast that ended in a symbolic protest. At the end of the night's report, the staff gathered around the news desk. The anchors were overheard saying "no war" as everyone walked off together. The broadcast image of the empty studio was replaced by the TV station's logo and a message asking for donations before the telecast cut to old footage from a performance of Tchaikovsky's ballet Swan Lake. The Swan Lake bit was a inspired, highly evocative gesture, especially for Russians who could recall the coup of August 1991, when unable to actually report the news, stations simply played footage of the ballet for 3 days nonstop.
Damn.
So I guess the best way you can possibly end a newscast like this, they did it. TV Rain did it. And it goes to show you how rare these sorts of protests or these sorts of voices are right now in Russian media. So to have a reminder that this is not
or Mexican media,
the Russian people's invasion. This is really Putin's invasion. It's good to be reminded of this. It's good to see this, while also keeping in mind the amount of courage that is needed to do something like this.
Yeah, I applaud the courage too. I applaud the courage. It don't matter which side I'm on, and that's what I always be saying. Like, I'm on the side of truth. I'm on the side of righteousness. I'm on the side of justice, you know. And everybody has a right to voice their opposition to what's happening, or because all conflicts are complex and nuanced, and they like to simplify everything and feed us with this bullshit. So, I mean, I'm gonna have to wrap it soon because we're almost about to get to 5 hours, and I don't like them to get to 5 hours because I be having to download these and edit them and clip, and they take up a lot of space on my damn computer, especially when they're fucking 5 hours. And I be doing it in HD. So it take up a lot of space and it take a lot of time. So that's another reason why I don't like the videos to go long. But I want y'all to understand, after we've watched this video, and this is going to be the theme for this week, we're in wartime censorship and propaganda. Okay, so you see what's happening, how they censoring people heavily, more and more here in the States and in Russia. And you also see how they're playing videos that we're finding out aren't even real. How can a big major news station get fed a fake video and not know it's fake? Like, y'all didn't check that shit. Y'all just gonna run with it real fast because it's the perfect, it fits the narrative. It fits the narrative, run with it. Find out footage was fake. Oh man, we're sorry. And then they say that shit real low and real quick, and at the end of a 3-hour segment with a 3-second retraction. And meanwhile, the whole public still thinks those images was real. They don't know that because they trust you, CBS, MSNBC, CNN. So they think those images you showed in those videos was real footage of real shit happening. That's why there's an opportunity for independent media, independent journalism. Do I have that damn journalism clip? I don't think I put that hoe on here. I'm gonna fucking load that hoe up right now while I'm fucking talking to y'all. Fuck that. I don't know why I hadn't did it. Here it goes, right here. Fuck that. How did I leave this out? I be trying to be prepared, y'all. I do a lot of work for this show. Y'all think this shit is easy. Y'all think I'm just turning on the webcam. I'm not. I bought a camera. I have a mic. I plan for the show. Let me play this. News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show. Independent journalism. It's just a little something. I mean, Maybe you like it, maybe you don't, but just like a little 3-second clip like that takes a long time to put together, y'all. It does. Here, check it out. And hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now.
Anyways, here's the hours for the guy who was
yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub?
Anyways, y'all, I'm gonna wrap it because it's late and we're at 4:51, and I really want to go further. I have a whole bunch of shit ready to go, but I'm gonna save it for tomorrow. And thank y'all for joining. Peace and love and light. Go outside. The weather's beautiful. If you're in the Texas area, go to the park. Go fishing. Go swimming. Go put your feet in the dirt. Go roll around in the sand. Go roll down the hill. Go ride a bike, skateboard. Go hiking. Go out, do something outside. Volleyball, soccer, basketball, tennis. Whatever the hell you like to do. Go play chess outside. Anyways, y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. I'm going to play something for the algorithm.
Yeah.
I ain't feeling your side, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'm digging your wife, she playing my mic. She really so nice, I call her my light. I say we off light, cause we stay up all night. Bet you ain't know she to take it all tight. Tell her, bend it over, let me take a small bite. Been waiting since October, see that ass fall right. Looking around the room, see past 4 eyes. And adrenaline feeling like a NASCAR ride. When the people ask about this, your ass gon' lie. Cause the truth is you did what you do in your life. Can't nobody tell you what to do with your life. Girl, gon' turn it over cause I know what you like. It's hard in the color of the asphalt, right? Just lay back and wonder what the past was like. While you looking at your panties ripped in half, that's right. While you looking at your panties ripped in half, that's right. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I ain't feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. Let me tell you a little something about life. Win, lose or draw, I'm still taking your life. I mean, if you ever wanna fucking come in my sight, you scream like you never screamed in your life. Flip it on over, gon' do it like this. Not riding with a soldier, then you ride against it. Looking from the other side, make your stomach get sick. Every person scheming, thinking he the one to get rich. Ever sit and really think what you would do with one wish? And if you knew afterward, you'd be sleeping with fish. Style will be done, here we come. Bearing gifts, these images make you wanna grab your crucifix. It's getting dark outside, no sleeping past 6. Not living in fear, cause that's really not it. If you owe me something, Nick, better give me my shit. If you owe me something, Nick, better give me my shit. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'ma get inside. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. Sliding on in, this is it, instant win. If hip hop broke, put on some fix it then. Take real life shit, go ahead and mix it in. Not just streets unless that's where you sleeping in. They hungry out there, that's why we eating in. Honestly, don't even let the church thinking in. Blasphemous if you think I'm speaking sin. Survival is a must for all the creatures in. If you feeling life's tough, then you probably need a fin. Have a sucker, popsicle or something, take it in. Sharp teeth, eat meat, origin involvement. Why the UFC give you more than a grin? Why you take a seat when the foraging begin? Why you gotta creep just horn in the wind? I'ma stop cause I'm just Al Goring with a pen. I'ma stop cause I'm just Al Goring with a pen. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side. I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright. I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life.
I got this. Man, I got this. It kinda sound like it was made just for me. Man, I got this. Nah, I got this. It kinda sound like it was made just for me. I got this. Don't try to stop this. Niggas fall down like you spitting out some hot shit. I'ma melt your bones down to the floor. This mini man coming through swinging fofo.
You gon' catch an elbow from my kinfolk. We don't give a damn, we gon' smoke more dope. You can't keep up with my speech. You gon' get beat down to the street.
Nigga preach when I come with the sermon. Niggas didn't learn their lesson, but now they burning. Tossing and turning, cause you can't sleep. We decreased your earnings, now your crew can't eat.
Can't eat. Talking about it was a studio leak. Maybe it's cause your lyrics so weak. I heard Mo out of Little Bo Peep.
Plus your boy sucking dick on the late night creep. I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sounds like it was made just for me.
Man, I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made